All right. So, good morning, afternoon, or evening, dear audience, wherever you're following us from, here in Versailles or online from all over the world. And thank you so much for joining us today and hopefully tomorrow as well for the Transnational Research for a Wider Impact, the Role of Cultural Heritage in a Changing World event. My name is Miruna Gaman. I come from Romania, and for the past almost 3 years, I have had the honor and joy of working at the Fondation des Sciences du Patrimoine, the Foundation for Heritage Science in Paris, which has been hosting the Secretariat of the Joint Programming Initiative for Culture, Heritage and Global Change, or JPI CH for short. And since 2010, the partners of the JPI CH have funded 77 projects through 8 calls that aimed at demonstrating the role of cultural heritage as a catalyst for addressing major contemporary challenges, and thus contributing to breaking down this perception that unfortunately sometimes occurs, that cultural heritage is more of a burden than a resource. And this effort from the member states has been highlighting the power of connection and of collaboration. So we're talking about connection between the countries, connection between researchers and all kinds of audiences, and connection between cultural heritage and all kinds of aspects from society. And it has been demonstrating that truly together we are more than the sum of our parts. Our event today and tomorrow is a milestone for 22 of these finished projects, and we're talking about projects that started in 2020, a year which we don't really like to talk about. So because of that, they encountered an extra layer of challenges and came out for the other side successfully, just like any resilient initiative would do. And you can, of course, discover more about these fantastic projects in the fact sheets online. And for those of you who are joining us here in person in Versailles, we also have some hard copies available for your consultation. But speaking of resilience, the incredible work done by these projects and the overall mosaic of the JPI-CH has been laying the ground for the European Partnership for Resilient Cultural Heritage, or RCH for short. We really like acronyms here, you will see. Currently under a proposal under evaluation by the European Commission, this partnership would see 30 countries and the Commission itself joining hands for a decade-long adventure of calls for research projects and activities that would inform, support, and boost their impact. So, as you can see, we have a lot to celebrate these days and to talk about, and many wonderful people to get inspired by. So let's get started, and let's begin with a round of warm introductions. And to break the ice, I hereby invite onto the stage Laurent Salomé, the director of the Musée National de Château de Versailles and de Trianon. And a few words about Laurent Salomé, an art historian. He's a specialist of the 17th and 19th centuries in France. And before joining the team at Versailles, he was the scientific director of the Réunion des Musées Nationaux et du Grand Palais. So, Monsieur Salomé, if you could please come and say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you in this symposium, which is, of course, on a very central concern that we all share and which has a particular meaning for us in Versailles. We've been working hard on this topic for many years, and we have appreciated the importance of transnational collaborations. Versailles has always been a very international institution. We still try to live up to the legacy of King Louis XIV, who in a way had the initiative of many very modern ideas that we work on today, like international collaboration and also probably sustainability and resilience. And I was recently in a symposium in China talking about our efforts, our green initiatives. And it gave me the opportunity to realize how much the origins of Versailles and all that grandness and splendor, crazy idea of this palace was in fact made in a moment when the They were very conscious that resources were rare and precious. Of course, light, water, everything was so difficult to manage that we can draw many examples from how they dealt with that in the 17th century. And today, it's quite interesting to see that we are all very concerned about recreating a harmony with nature, which we had quite lost in the 20th century. And rediscovering this brings us back to our own history. So for us, it's something like natural, and the way that we have evolved in the last years in sustainable adaptations of these huge palaces, because, you know, Versailles is something like 120 buildings, 800 hectares of grounds, and huge collections. So it could seem like a monster, very difficult to maintain in a sustainable way. But in fact, we managed to improve a lot recently, and that has been also because of our collaborations with many institutions. We have different networks, and the work today in this meeting is a good example of that. One of our leading programs in that field is EPICO, that I think most of you are already familiar with, a European Protocol in Preventive Conservation, specialized in historic places, not regular art museums, and with Danilo Forleo, who will develop more about this. It's been a lot of real scientific discoveries and steps forward that help us to live in a different concept of conservation, knowing that we don't need to do what we've learned at school in our old days of the 20th century. For those who are my generation, things are very different now. We have invented new ways to preserve heritage without ruining the environment. So I think this is all very central for us. I'm really happy that these discussions are taking place here, and I don't want to take too much time from these discussions. So once again, a very warm welcome to Versailles, and I hope that our contribution and the inspiration of this place, which is completely conceived as a kind of microcosmos and a place where nature takes all its meaning with the seasons, the times of day, water, the sun, the moon, all these basic elements of life are very much alive here in Versailles, and I hope they will inspire our conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Salomé, for this very warm introduction and for hosting us here in Versailles. This will definitely prove a wonderful context that will galvanize all these topics that are on the table for discussions in the next 2 days. You may have seen that since the JPI CH is working at the intersection of culture, heritage, and research, this means more institutions involved and more outreach. And we therefore have 2 ministries represented today in this introductory session. And I shall first invite Monica Brenzet, Project Officer for Social Sciences and Humanities, to tell us a few words on behalf of the French Ministry of Research. Monica Brenzet is a doctor in medieval philosophy, and before joining the ministry, she collaborated with numerous institutions, including the CNRS, the National Center for Scientific Research. So, Monica, please.
Thank you very much. Dear representative of institution, dear colleagues, dear distinguished guests and partners and friends, on behalf of the Ministry of Higher Education and Research, I'm deeply honored to congratulate all the projects that today, in this glorious and distinguished venue, will share with us the fruit of their passion, hard work, and creative insight. Today, we celebrate the accomplishment of ideas and the joint commitment of institutions. This event is a perfect illustration of the inspiring and productive collaboration between our ministry and the Ministry of Culture. The Ministry of Culture provides the crucial connection to the heritage sector, its challenges and its policy needs, while the Minister of Research ensured that our national scientific strategy fosters the excellence required to meet these challenges. The JPI on cultural heritage provide a vital European platform where the successful nation partnership can thrive and contribute to a broader agenda. As a researcher, I know very well that building projects require courage, and each of you deserve to be praised for your initiatives. We all have many ideas, but those that are fostered with passion find their way to achievement. Ideas need teams in order to grow and bear fruit, and teams in turn need strong network around them. France's strong commitment of the JPI cultural heritage is made possible through the essential operational role of the Agence Nationale de la Recherche. The ANR has a steadfast partner in this initiative in participating in the most of the joint calls from its inceptions. This commitment is clearly visible here today, as the ANR has supported French research teams in all these three calls through projects that are being presented. Furthermore, demonstrating French leaderships, the ANR successfully coordinated in the 2023 Cultural Heritage Society and Ethics Call, a complex undertaking that highlights its experience and celebrates the role of European research leadership. In the title of this hub, we find two keywords, research and culture, and they are used in connection with the active role of cultural heritage to reshape the face of the world on a transnational level. Every project to complete is more than a list of deliverables. It is a story of collaboration, of patience and curiosity. Today we are here because we are gathered by a shared conviction that cultural heritage, tangible or intangible, is not merely a collection of objects, but a living testimony of humanity's creativity and resilience. We are celebrating today also the engagement with cultural heritage via a spectrum of genuine interdisciplinarity. One thing that becomes evident from your project is that exploring cultural heritage is inherently interdisciplinary. The CNRS, Transnational de la Recherche Scientifique, has consistently been a major force with laboratory and researchers involving expertise to numerous transnational projects. Indeed, several projects we will hear from over the next 2 days highlight the deep involvement, such as the PHR, the Past Has Years project, involving a team from the CNRS, and the DECOSES project, with also future CNRS researcher. Something else that I learned from your project is that cultural heritage is all about time. It is not only about how the past prepares us for future, but it's also about how the past and the future help to build our present, to be part of a perpetual dynamic, to build up resilience and to reinforce our conscience of sustainability. Cultural heritage, from the perspective of the present, creates value and empowers current experience with meaning. As we celebrate what has been achieved, we also look forward. Cultural heritage is never finished. It is a living process of transformation and reinterpretations. The project we conclude today, in fact, it's also new beginnings. They plant the seeds for further research, further partnership, and further understanding. And this is what we can call impact. Let us take pride in what we have built together and also remain humble before the vastness of what it still awaits discovery and care. Today, here in France, the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Research are joined to prove how they can work together in an extremely fruitful manner. The interministerial collaboration is not just a synergy of common strategies, but the proof of how an innovative initiative can benefit from such joint effort. On behalf of our all institution and partners, I extend heartfelt congratulations to everybody involved. May the spirit of collaboration and innovation that guide us continue to inspire our next steps. Together, we ensure that cultural heritage remains not only preserved, but truly alive. This dissemination event is like a bridge between memory and creation, between knowledge and imagination, between nation and expression about how human beings understood and express life. In the next 2 days, we will all create a cultural heritage momentum, and I'm very grateful to be part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Monica, for these words that showcase the project as a story of courage, passion, dedication, and commitment. So let's continue the momentum with none other than the chair of the JPI Cultural Heritage himself, Pascal Liévaux. An art historian, Pascal is a specialist of the French architecture of the Ancien Régime, and he currently serves also as the head of the Department for Research, Valorization, and Intangible Heritage in the French Ministry of Culture, so the other half of this wonderful interministerial collaboration here in France. So, Pascal, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Miruna. Dear friends, dear researchers, I'm so happy to see you here in Versailles and also online. Thank you for your participation. And as Monica said, the interministerial collaboration in France is very, very fruitful. As a Ministry of Culture, we couldn't do so many things for research without this strong and long-time collaboration. So many thanks for your nice words, Monica, and many thanks to Laurent Salomé to invite us to have this meeting here in this marvelous place, and very inspiring, I'm sure. So as a representative of the Ministry of Culture, I can say that it's more than 30 years we are working to develop a research policy. And of course, at a European level, the JPI has played and plays a very important role. And as chair of the JPI Cultural Heritage, I think that we have achieved quite a lot of things. I see some representatives of the countries here in the audience. And thanks to them, thanks to the fruitful discussions we have at each governing board, and we manage, I think, to launch nice course. And 3 of them will feed our discussions during these 2 days. And I just want to speak about them very shortly. The first one is it was launched in 2019, Conservation, Protection and Use. The acronym is CPU call. And it was launched with a 5.9 million budget and fund 10 transnational projects. And as the title said, it was designed to address the tangible, physical challenges facing heritage. It focused on developing innovative, practical, and stakeholder-oriented solutions for the preservation of archaeological sites, built heritage, and cultural landscapes. The call emphasized an implementation-oriented approach, seeking to produce new tools, materials, and methodologies for analyzing change, managing heritage at risk, and ensuring its sustainable use. This call affirmed our commitment to the core science of conservation, restoration, and protection, providing the essential groundwork for all subsequent research. Coming to the second call, launched in 2020, Cultural Heritage, Identities and Perspectives, SHIP call. This call was marked a pivotal shift towards the human and social dimension of heritage. With 3.9 funding, 6 projects. This initiative responded to a critical transformation in heritage studies, moving beyond a nation-centered view to ask, who does heritage serve and what does it do? It tackled complex themes of identity. We know, unfortunately, it's very much in the actuality in Europe, community engagement and the decolonization of collections, reflecting a commitment to understanding heritage not as a static object, but as it was said previously, as a dynamic and often contested social process that shapes our sense of belonging. And finally, the launch in 2023, the Cultural Heritage Society and Ethics Call. It's the most recent of the 3, and it represents our engagement with the ethical imperatives of our time. It funded 6 projects with 3.6 million euros to explore the fundamental values that underpin all heritage-related decision-making. And in an era of democratic tensions, climate change, shifting social cohesion, this call confronts the most complex questions head-on. The tensions between economic development and non-utilitarian value, and the relationship between heritage, democratic principles, and the proliferation of conflicting narratives. It underscores the need for multivocality and foreground ethics as the essential lens through which we must view all aspects of heritage management and policy. So organizing this event, we wanted to have 5 cross-cutting themes to break the silos of individual funding calls. And as you have seen in the program, this structure highlights how a project focused on conservation science can have profound impacts on community engagement, or how research into heritage ethics can inform the development of new digital tools. And I think it demonstrates that the challenges facing heritage are deeply interconnected, and so are the solutions our research provides. So the 5 core themes of the event, the first one, digital innovation and new methodologies. It's a theme that will showcase how the JPI Cultural Heritage projects are harnessing cutting-edge technologies like AI, virtual reality, advanced data analytics. And this is not just about digitization, it's about transforming how we document, analyze, protect, and experience cultural heritage, making it more accessible and resilient. Second theme, co-creating heritage. Here, we want to explore the vital role of communities in defining and sustaining their own heritage. This theme highlights participatory methodologies and the power of heritage to foster social cohesion, strengthen individual and collective identity, and contribute to sustainable local development. Third theme, reinterpreting past, shaping futures. This session will confront the complexities of heritage interpretation, particularly concerning marginalized or difficult histories. It reflects our commitment to supporting research that promotes decolonizing approaches, ethical representation, and the potential for heritage to contribute to social justice and more inclusive society. Fourth theme, heritage under pressure. This is a theme that addresses the urgent threats to our shared heritage, from climate change, as I said, and environmental degradation, And as it has been said, we will have the opportunity to develop these researches in the frame, I hope, of the future partnership on resilient cultural heritage, but also conflict and decay. The projects featured here demonstrate innovative approaches to risk assessment, material science, and strategic conservation to enhance the resilience of our heritage assets. And finally, the fifth theme, heritage in context. It's a session that will examine how heritage is embedded within broader landscapes and socio-economic systems. It highlights strategies for integrating heritage into urban planning and policy, exploring its role in tourism, local economies, and sustainable development on a larger scale. And to finish, I would like to thank very warmly the international experts who accepted to guide these five dynamic, I hope, and cross-cutting thematic sessions, and to thank also all the researchers and all the speakers. And now I am happy to give the floor, I do your job, Miruna, I'm sorry, to three of the main actors of this adventure. Alexandre Cosset, who's the head of the JPI Secretariat, and I'm so happy to work with him since all these years. And my two dearest vice chairs, Catherine Warren from the UK Arts and Humanities Research Council, and Eva Stegmeyer from the Cultural Heritage Agency of the Netherlands. Many thanks to both of you, and a special thank to Charles Giry de Loison, who was one of my first vice chair in this adventure and still involved in the governance of the JPI. So I wish you all 2 inspiring days. Thank you.
So, hi everyone.
Next slide. My first contribution.
So we will try a small quiz to start to see if you know enough things about the JPI cultural heritage, and if not, to teach you some of these things. So we'll try this Mentimeter exercise. So I hope our colleague in the technical will manage to put the QR codes.
Alexandre, if you could speak on the microphone.
Oh, yeah.
For our colleagues behind.
So next slide, and you can take your phone. This is the one moment, this couple of days that you can do so without any shame. And scan the QR code. And yes, we're going to test your knowledge of the JPI, also our own, but if you listened carefully before, you may have already had some clues. Can we see how many people have accessed? Cute. But there are more people here and online also, so we will wait a little. Oh, maybe put back the QR code for the people who were not ready in time. So I think we can start with the first question. Next slide, please. Answer quickly to get more points. Does this mean that there is a prize? Will there be a prize? If there's no prize, then I will make sure that there's a prize. So the first question is about how long the JPI has been developing its activities. This might be one of the more easy questions, so you can quickly answer. All questions are by multiple choice, so you always have a chance. Time's running out. So I see the largest share has chosen since 2010, and this is indeed correct, so you're on the right track.
And this was one of the questions that Maruna gave you the answer to, so we'll see how many people were listening closely to what she said. So next question, please. So how many countries have been involved in the JPI CH activities since 2010? And this is one that's changed over the years. So countries have taken part in some activities and not others. Other countries have joined. So this is the total number of countries that we've had involved. So the answer there was 31. So only 5 people got that one correct. So well done to those 5 people.
There's a slide there.
If you have next slide, so there we go. You can see all of the different countries that have been involved in different capacities, some as members, some as observers, those who have taken part in calls only. And we also have a couple of some countries outside of Europe as well, which I'll mention later on when we talk about some specific activities that we've undertaken. So next question, please.
Yeah, so there's a variable geometry, as we call it, right, in participation to calls. This may be challenging sometimes for you, but I was also informed that it also led to new, unexpected collaborations. So the next question. Even more points. How many calls have been launched since the start of the JPI? This should be easy. Otherwise you're standing here.
Of course, thank you. Okay, so the good answer was 8. So you need to revise a bit your JPI facts. So we will have a small slide, maybe. Yes. So you have here the list of calls. The latest one being the one on climate and cultural heritage, which is still ongoing with 16 projects funded. It's a joint call with JPI Climate and the Belmont Forum. So question 4. I can. So this is the total number of transnational research projects funded by the JPI. So 8 calls, maybe you can guess. So apparently you already know the answer. Oh, nice. Okay, 77 exactly. Next question.
So approximate number of research partners represented.
So this is within the projects that we've funded, how many different partners have been involved in those projects. So to give you a hint, each project has to have at least 3 countries involved, but you can have more than one partner from each country. So 77 projects, how many partners have been involved in all of those? Well done. So the answer is 373 different partners across all of those projects that we funded within the JPI.
So, next question. What's the top 3 of countries that have been funded in terms of number of projects and size? So this is a difficult one. Is it the Netherlands, Italy and the UK? UK, Italy and France. Spain, Italy and UK. Norway, France and the Netherlands. So this is very exciting for UK, France and the Netherlands. So this is also very well done. So maybe next slide we can show the pie chart. Yes. So we actually try to get the Netherlands into the equation by visually showing it in the front, but it's it's not part, unfortunately, of the top 3.
Yes, so this next question is about the approximate amount of funding distributed from the beginning of the JPI Cultural Heritage through the calls. Okay, so we can be optimistic, and so it was the highest one, considering that this doesn't reflect the initial commitment, but what has been distributed effectively after the selection process. So initial commitment were maybe higher, and also that countries are also investing in the coordination with some fee to run the secretariat. So. Next question.
So how much of the total funding has been financed by the European Commission? So 6%, 33% or 56%? So we have been lucky enough to receive some funding from the European Commission, alongside all of the contributions from the various partners in the JPI CH. But how much have we had from the Commission? So well done. Yes, 6%. So the Commission did provide some top-up for a particular Heritage Plus call, which was, I believe, the first call of the JPI CH in 2013. And they've additionally supported further activities, but not funding calls. So the majority of the funding for the JPI CH projects has come from partners, so 94%. And then next question, please.
We're getting there. Oh, this is a trick question. How many SRIA, Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, have been developed by the JPI?
Well done. So 2, yes, indeed. These documents are really the basis for joint programming between the ministries of the countries involved. So they are presenting joint research priorities. So the first one was published in 2014. It was really a small revolution in the field. And the second one has been published in 2020. You can see the main research priorities in this area. So there is now a new one published, but not by the JPI Cultural Heritage, but by the ARCH project. We will talk a bit about that later, which is also presenting some priorities for the upcoming partnership. Next question.
So you pose the final question.
I pose the final question, okay. Yes, this is about the Heritage Research Hub, which is the main platform for and website. How many followers does this platform has on LinkedIn? So yeah, wrong answer. Yeah, it's 12,000 followers. So this has increased a lot in the last years, especially since the Heritage Research Hub has been the website also of the ARCH project, and we will continue to use the hub as the main platform for the partnership. So please do not hesitate to subscribe to the hub if you didn't, as this is really a place for visibility of your activities and projects. So thank you. And we will continue with a small dialogue between you, Eva and Catherine. So,
Supposed to see the winners.
the winner, yes. Who is it? No winner. Okay.
No winner of the quiz, okay. So, does it work? Can we have some audio? Does it work? Yes, it works. So you can start with this one.
So is this working? Yeah. Okay, so we thought we would just have a bit of a conversation between the two vice chairs about some of the activities and things that we're most proud of over the course of the time that we've been involved. So my first question for Eva, as someone who's been involved since the beginning of the JPI CH in 2010, can you reflect on how things have changed and developed in that time?
Yes, thank you. Well, I must say that over these years, the JPI has truly grown into what I would say a solid, sustainable and effective network of countries funding programming and research. It started with the remarkable fact, the impressive fact that heritage was put on the European agenda, and I think our Italian colleagues were key in that. Under their coordination, heritage became 1 out of 10 JPIs, alongside such substantial research fields as medical studies into Alzheimer or environmental studies into soil, oceans, climate. So this was quite impressive. Sorry, I'm going to sit down. It's unprofessional. The European Commission has of course been crucial in investing into the development of the network. At first this collaboration was quite institutional, I would say. So working under grant agreements, there's a lot of work packages, acronyms, CSAs, deliverables, milestones. And we got together, we had the board meetings in Rome, which is where the office of the Ministry of Culture of Italy is located. You can see the office in the top. It was quite a nice place to go to. But then under the French coordination, we started circulating the location of the meetings amongst the participating countries, which did not always help the quality of the rooms, as you can see in the bottom. But by combining efficient meetings with cultural visits, with social dinners, we got to know each other much better and also got to know each other's context, thereby developing trust, developing shared vision. And by then, the JPI had become self-sustaining. So after the, say, seed money by the European Commission, we were able to fund our own activities. And also the governance became much more flexible. Working in task forces, we were able to pursue moving targets, so to say, and also working more interactively in workshops online, also, of course, helped by COVID, but also in between the official board meetings, we collaborated much more, started collaborating with other JPIs, with other networks. So all in all, I think you can say our, next slide, oh yeah, our network has grown into what I would say a professional family. And also for me personally, things have changed. I started out as a program secretary, working in the background, preparing my organization's contributions to this network. And then I became responsible for a task. I became board member. I led a task force, which you were in, and I found it nerve-wracking. I don't know if you could say, but yeah, eventually became a vice. I got my PA, Alexander, as you can see in the bottom. So next slide. Being responsible for annual progress monitoring, I was able to learn much more about different research projects and got to visit some really exciting meetings, as you can see here. Next slide. But of course, these 77 projects, as you are very aware now, organized much more meetings over the course of these 15 years, which I did not, of course, all attend. And one thing I would like to highlight, furthermore, is this book. It consists of contributions of 16 projects, and not just contributions by the project leaders, but also by early careers. We found that very important to give them also a stage. And it was not a deliverable. It was something done out of free will, so to say, to reach synergies, to cluster these findings on the themes of climate, of development, and identity. And it's open access. If you want the quiz, you can also have a hard copy. And my organization actually made it open access, so you can find it here. But enough chatting. Over to you, Catherine. You've been a vice for how long? 6 years. Quite a impressive period. What are you most proud of these years?
Thank you. Yes, so it's been 6 years, and that time's gone very quickly. And I think we've seen a lot of change in the research landscape in that time. And obviously, we've talked about the achievements of the JPI cultural heritage. If you can move on to the next slide, please. So one of the things that I'm most proud of was leading the project to update the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda. So as Alexandra mentioned, this built on the first Strategic Research Agenda that was published in 2014, which was again led by my predecessors at the Arts and Humanities Research Council in the UK. But this was under the leadership of the Italian Ministry of Culture, who were chairing the JPI CH at that time. We updated it and it was published in 2020, and this was really to take into account changes in the research landscape. And so we carried out a series of national consultations where partners went and spoke to national experts to think about what had changed since 2014. Were the themes in the SRIA still relevant? Were there new research themes that we really need to focus on? And what should be guiding the work of the JPI CH? So following the, sorry, if you go back to the previous slide, that's it. So following those national consultations, we had a series of workshops and meetings with JPI Cultural Heritage partners and members of our scientific board to really focus down on what the key themes should be. And then these were sort of co-created and developed and produced into the SRIA that we have there up on the screen, and helped to shape what would be the parameters for the funding calls that we've talked about and the other activities that the JPI CH has focused on. So it was a big project, but it was really great to see it come to fruition and then to be able to publish that document and to use that as the basis for our work. And then if you move on to the next slide, please. So the second thing that I guess I'm most proud of is our work around cultural heritage and climate change. So when we carried out those national consultations for the SRIA 2020, the biggest priority that came through, and which had changed, I think, and come through much more strongly since 2014, was the importance of climate change, both the impact on heritage, but also how heritage can contribute to climate change adaptation and mitigation. So we realised that this was an area that we really wanted to focus on, and we started to develop a partnership with the JPI Climate. So as I think have been mentioned, there are 10 different JPIs on different topics, and we wanted to develop a closer working relationship with the JPI Climate. So we put together a task force, which was made up of partners of both JPIs, but also some experts were brought in to develop a white paper. And this was a joint publication from the two JPIs. And as I said, it involved scientific experts from both cultural heritage and climate change, and people working across the intersections of those two areas to identify what were the key and pressing themes that needed to be focused on. And then we were very keen that that white paper would lead to something. It shouldn't just be a document that people read and then leave, but actually should lead to something concrete. And so we started to develop a joint funding call. And because we were very keen for that to go beyond European collaboration, we engaged the Belmont Forum, which is a network of environmental funders globally, to see if we could actually pull together a research funding call that had partners from beyond Europe, as I said. So to develop that relationship with Belmont Forum, we ran a series of workshops focused on different regions, so the Americas, Africa, Asia, for example, to start thinking about what are the priorities in each of those areas. And we were really keen that it wasn't just a European-focused call. And so that led to a funding call with a number of different funders, which brought on board funders in the US, Thailand, Turkey, other countries that weren't already engaged with the work of the two JPIs. And that funding call funded 16 projects, and I've just realised looking at the slide that I forgot to mention the COPs. So when the white paper was published, we were fortunate enough to be able to take part in a session at COP26 in the EU pavilion. We don't have any photos of that, unfortunately. We were just coming out of COVID at the time, and so most people joined online. There were a couple of people in Glasgow in person, but I was lucky enough to be able to present the white paper, which had just been published. And then at COP29, Shang Yun, one of the colleagues from the JPI CH Secretariat, went to Azerbaijan and took part in a session there. So it's been really great to put the work of the JPI CH on a global stage, and to really showcase our work, particularly around heritage and climate change. And that will lead through to the work of the Resilient Cultural Heritage Partnership that was mentioned earlier on as well. So I've got a second question for Eva. So how has the JPI CH influenced national strategies and priorities in the Netherlands?
Yeah, so I think one of the most tangible and influential changes has been the introduction of a national consultation panel. Next slide, please. So actually all member states instated the national consultation panel in the process towards the first SRIA, which was 2012, 2013, I think. And ours in the Netherlands has been active since, and it not only provides advice on national matters in the JPI, but also on ARISH, so the European Research Infrastructure for Heritage Science, and also on Living Past, which is the relevant branch of our national science agenda. And the members are between 15 to 20 heritage experts, both from academia and from practice. And we've been recently extending also the expertise to be ready for the partnership on resilient cultural heritage. Here you see some pictures of the panel. As you can see, it involves a lot of thinking. And one of the most, next slide please, tangible and memorable achievements has been the launch of a national agenda on heritage research. It's the first ever in the Netherlands to cover the full width of heritage, tangible, intangible, digital, and it's quite dynamic, has a dynamic heritage approach. Was launched only 2 weeks ago, and it's also available online, currently only in Dutch, but within a couple of weeks you will find an English version of this. So for you, how has it been for the UK, Catherine? What has your participation in the JPI brought in terms of maybe participation in future European initiatives?
Yeah, I think the JPI CH has built a really strong foundation for us to be able to demonstrate the impact of having European multinational collaborations in this way. And I think unlike other countries, for the JPI CH, the UK was just represented by my organisation, the funding organisation, the Arts and Humanities Research Council, whereas other countries had more than one partner, often being represented by government ministries, as we've already heard today. And I think that having the JPI has, as I said, been able, a way for us to demonstrate how important these kinds of collaborations are. So we've now started reaching out to others who work in the cultural heritage and climate change space in terms of research. So our Government Department for Culture, Media and Sport, the British Council, and the UK National Commission for UNESCO. And we held an event in London in February where we brought together projects that each of us have funded in the area of cultural heritage and climate change, and that included some of the JPI Cultural Heritage, JPI Climate Belmont Forum projects that are led by UK researchers, to really start networking between projects, identifying where there are synergies and where there are themes that could maybe be explored more, hopefully once we get to the Resilient Cultural Heritage Partnership. And that was a really great way of bringing everybody together. And the collaboration between the 4 organisations will continue. So all are coming on board with the Resilient Cultural Heritage Partnership, which is great. So we'll have 4 representatives of the UK. And it will enable us, I think, to go beyond the impact that we can have as a funding agency to really bring in new audiences, particularly policy audiences, by having the involvement of a government department. So we can really showcase the impact of heritage research in policy spheres. And so I think that's sort of a strong foundation, as I said, for us to be able to go forward, to bring on board new partners and different types of partners that will reach new audiences. So I think we're handing back to Maruna now to move on to the next session. But thank you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Okay, thank you. Great. Thank you very much, Eva, Catherine, and Alexandre, for this lovely trip down memory lane. We have indulged into the positive parts of nostalgia and gotten a bit of some spoilers of what we're about to discover. So let's dive into the very heart of the event, the research content and the research projects themselves. So we're starting with the first session called Digital Innovations and New Methodologies in Heritage Research and Protection. And this session will be moderated by Mario Santana Quintero, professor at Carleton University in Canada. And alongside his academic activities, Mario has previously served as Secretary General of ICOMOS, so the International Council of Monuments and Sites, and he is also Honorary President of the ICOMOS Scientific Committee on Heritage Documentation, or CIPA for short, because you've seen that we surely like acronyms here. So I will leave Mario the pleasure of inviting and introducing the panelists with whom he will share the stage today. So Mario, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, or maybe good night for me, just coming from Canada. Thank you so much for this kind invitation. I'm really thrilled to be, the first moderator in the panel this morning. And we will have 4 speakers explaining different varieties of projects in the, using digital tools for cultural heritage. But before we do that, we're going to start with an interactive, so you have to go back to your Mentimeter. And I think we can maybe have that slide of the Mentimeter. We have only 1 hour, and we have asked our speakers to keep to 7 minutes to present the projects. So we're going to be timing everyone. And yes, so the next slide, please. Oh, all right. Oh, okay. All right, so I just saw the alien was me, so I was really, really bad. I was not listening. Okay, so do you use digital technologies in cultural heritage work? Yes, you probably do. I mean, it's incredible how, only by opening your phone and using any application, you are working with digital tools, right? Okay, I see this is increasing. After each of the panelists, I forgot to mention this, there will be another Mentimeter. So we will be asking you one question about their lecture. So I'm a professor, I like quizzes, okay? So I want you to follow up. All right, so let's go to the next question. Which digital technology holds most potential for protecting cultural heritage? And obviously this one is a little bit tricky because maybe all of them, right? But please pick one. Yes. Yeah, I can see some 3D scanning people in the room. I love 3D scanning, virtual reality, etc. So I mean, there is many new advances of cultural heritage, but in my own view, I have been working in this field for over 2 decades, is that we have so much information. And one of the issues is obviously what to do with that information. Is that information going to transcend over the future? And if that information is collected ethically, if we are not also imposing what we call in our field techno-colonialism. So I impose you a model with my own technology. Okay, great. So we can see that, yes, so let's go to the next one. What is the biggest ethical concerns as digital text reshapes heritage? And this is a very relevant question. As we reflect on the use of digital technologies, in the beginning, if you look at the description of the session, it says cutting-edge technology. So we are always very positive when we talk about digital tools, but we also should be careful. And I think that that's one of the issues here. So I would say that all of them have a kind of application in the field, and I'm also thrilled that we have these 4 projects because, having researchers at the top level in the front line, of the development of technologies, specifically when we are using generative AI, is really important. Okay, so I think those are I'm just going to look into my cheat sheet just to see if I have covered all the questions. Yes, so we have one last question. So how prepared is the heritage sector to integrate digital innovation into protection strategies? And this talks about the impact of the technology. In my own work, I always feel that we want to use the most advanced tool, but sometimes the impact to the organization that is trying to adopt it really is the issue. Okay, great. Okay, better coordination. I understand that there is a lot of fragmentation in technologies. All right, thank you so much for the questions and answering. And I'm sure that we can share these answers with you later. One of the good things about these kind of systems is that you can share the results with people, and that can be helpful for the future. All right, so now I'm going to invite my speakers. What I will do so everybody can see each other, and I'm going to call one by one. They're going to talk for 7 minutes. We have one question. And then we're going to try to have a kind of question and answer session that I'm going to moderate, but we have 1 hour, less than 1 hour. We have 50 minutes. So let me invite first Dante Abate with a background in archaeology. Dr. Abate specialized in the application of digital technologies in forensic and heritage protection. He was a Marie Curie working on digital forensic archaeology in the UK, working on documentation and study of sites. Dr. Abate serves as a principal investigator for many projects funded over many years. He coordinated 3 major international consortia projects focus on forensic archaeology. He is the currently chair of the Cost Action on Cultural Property Protection for All. Dr. Abate has been invited to speak in many places, particularly in the SIPA Heritage Documentation Committee that we share membership together. And he is a member of the subgroup for safeguarding cultural heritage in Ukraine of the European Commission. So the floor is yours. Dante.
Okay. Good morning from my side. Thank you for Professor Santana for the introduction. I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this event, and especially a special thank to Shang Yun for all the logistics that allows us to be here. Okay, so basically I was the principal investigator of the SHIELD project, which was funded to the JPI call. Yeah, next slide, please. So just to introduce the problem, so we are dealing with illicit archaeological excavations. Is a problem that is worldwide. There is no country immune. I mean, it's affecting everybody, either you are a source country, transit country, or destination country. The main problem is that there are too many sites, not enough resources, sites are remote, so it's very difficult to protect them. And here just some statistics. Basically, the one that you see on your left-hand side is the an Interpol screenshot. So basically shows that illegal archaeological excavation are in every country. On the right side is another screenshot from the Carabinieri activities for the protection of cultural heritage. And it shows that 60% of the objects they've been recovering, they are coming from illegal archaeological excavation. Next slide. So the idea with the project was to create an aerial system which was deployed in remote location, was able to take off, patrol the sites, and going back with a minimal human intervention. It was equipped with different sensors, which were able to monitor and patrol sites even on day and night time. So we are talking about RGB cameras and infrared cameras. At the same time, we were developing an AI module which was able to identify threats in real time and stream down the data to the ground so authorities could be alerted and go on site and check what was going on. The next slide. So here is the development of the project. So it was like to design a UAV system that was like start enough to deal with different weather conditions. A sensor, as I said, which was equipped with different kind of vision capabilities, and the AI module, which was trained to identify threat. So basically, if there was something suspicious, like in this case, like 3 human beings and a vehicle, it was suspicious. If it was a dog with a person walking, it was not suspicious action. So here it was just the deployment. So we tested everything. It was built, it was tested. The partners came to Cyprus to test the system over night time. Next slide. Okay, the video, I don't know if you can click on the video, it should play. You will see the system which is actually flying. Okay, it's study, but it's a video. So you see that when it identifies like activities on the ground which are composed by specific scenarios, it triggers an alarm. When it's not, it shows a warning or something that is not over attention. Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind, it's not playing at the moment. So it's just some conclusion, but I think maybe I can skip this one because Professor Santana will do a recap, I guess. I can go? Okay. So as I said, it's a global challenge. The number of sites is huge, and there are not enough resources. We can integrate in normal activities the use of unmanned vehicles, but this is triggering sort of complexity in the scenario because you cannot deploy things like without a supervision or like a continuous supervision, I would say. In the case of aerial system, you may find problems with like authorities, civil aviation authorities, because they are flying objects without supervision. At the same time, you are collecting data which belong to it's called crime scene. Even though a crime is going on, offenders they still have rights, so you cannot collect data, and because then you can collect data, maybe you cannot use them in a trial because they cannot be accepted because you didn't inform them that something was flying, was flying over their heads. Anyway, there is not a problem that can be solved just by technical point of view. You need a coordination among authorities, which means like policy, academia, and research. Next slide. So it's just an acknowledgement. You can see the people and the research that were involved in the project, the institutions that were like taking part, and the funding bodies. And I'd just like to mention, before closing, a special thanks to the former director of the Department of Antiquities of Cyprus, Dr. Ioannidou Solonimidou, and head of the Office of Illicit Trafficking of the Cultural Property of the Cyprus Police, Mr. Garvelidis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this interesting. All right. Okay. So let's go to the next question and let's see what you got from Dante's presentation. And I was actually in a meeting in Abu Dhabi some months ago, and understanding that trafficking of cultural heritage objects is actually a really difficult issue, in particular because it actually funds terrorism. And that was one of the conclusions of that meeting. So it's not only the impact, of collecting and stealing something that is valuable for communities, but also funding something that is really illegal, right? Okay. Protection. Wow. I think everybody agrees with that word. But I was not aware of what you said about, the legal issues of collecting data, and that's really interesting. How we can, capitalize on the use of technologies, but then we have to think about these issues. Okay, I think that, supervision, good. Okay, I guess just mindful of the time because we also want to have some discussion among ourselves. Excellent. So while we see the words, which is really important, and please keep them in mind as we go, let me continue introducing our next project. And this next project will be presented by two colleagues. So Brian Katz and Damian Murphy. Brian Katz is a research director at the Sorbonne University, Allenberg Institute, coordinator of the Sound and Space Research Theme. Research interests includes spatial 3D studio renderings and perception and room acoustics. He obtained a PhD in acoustics from Penn State in 1998 and his habilitation in engineering science from the University Pierre-Marie Curie in 2011. And Damian Murphy received a PhD in music technology from the University of York in 2000. He is professor of sound and music computing in the Audio Labs School of Physics, Engineering and Technology, University of York, and is the director of the CR Stories Creative Industries RD program. Research interests include acoustic modeling and spatial audio. So the floor is yours, guys.
So you're taller than me. Okay. Just speak. Okay. Thank you all. So the FAE project was kind of a way of coordinating 3 different labs that were all working in similar areas, and to kind of find some common ground on methodology and collaboration. And it's basically all around the acoustic heritage of spaces. So we have 3 different labs represented by 2 of us here, and the third, sadly, we lost this year. So if we go to the next slide, and we'll see. I don't know it by heart. So this is, let's see, let's try it this way. I'll try it this way. So we're trying to highlight more of the focus on acoustics heritage, which is not very popular and not very well known in a lot of the heritage work as an intangible heritage. So the idea is to kind of bring some more focus to that, look at digital reconstructions of spaces and what can be done with that, both in terms of research and also in terms of public engagement, and how can we use these tools for both supporting conservation and restoration and things like that. So because of the topic of the session today, I kind of want to focus more on the public outreach, and so I won't talk too much about the research. So if we go to the next slide. So that's just kind of a basic introduction of how we go about studying the acoustics of spaces. We can do kind of digital scans, kind of that we saw as important in the original question, that we then transform into models where we can do acoustic simulations in those models. And we can also do measurements, which kind of characterize the states of buildings at certain times. But we can also use those measurements to better calibrate our models to have more confidence in them. And then if we go to the next slide. But what's kind of important in these digital models is how can we trust them and how far can we use them. So we kind of have three different levels of digital acoustic models. So basically, do the numbers that come out of these models match what we get in the real world? That's kind of our acoustic fidelity. If we kind of try and synthesize sounds through these models, then we can listen to kind of reconstructions that way. And then we can look at the auditory fidelity of how good does the model sound like the real world. And then we can go one step further and actually make interactive models. And then we want to know, do people actually interact in a convincing way as if it was real? And then we have kind of this ecological validity stage. So if we go to next. Yep. So this is just kind of an example. This is looking at Notre Dame. So basically, of the three partners, we had three different sites that we were all looking at kind of independently, also with additional funding. And our project was on Notre Dame. And this is just kind of looking at how the model can evolve as a function of time and history. And basically, we can simulate the state of the current building before the fire, and then kind of retroactively obtain what the acoustics was in previous states. And if we go to the next slide, and then do you want to jump in there?
Thank you, Brian. So the site that we worked with in the UK was the Palace of Westminster, the Houses of Parliament, which is a reconstruction post-fire that was built between 1840 and 1870. And we were particularly interested in the House of Commons that it was up to 1835 when it was destroyed by fire, which was in a different part of the Palace of Westminster. And we were tasked to do that through a public outreach project that predated the FAY project, where our lab were asked to consider the question of women's experience listening to the debates that took place in the House of Commons when they were otherwise excluded as part of the celebrations of 100 years of women's suffrage in the UK, which was a huge exhibition in Westminster called Voice and Vote. And so we had to reconstruct the House of Commons chamber pre-fire and then think about what the women's experience would be listening to the debates from the ventilator, as it was called, which was in the ceiling above the house. So that was the starting point for the project, and when we started working with Brian as part of the FAY project. And so we returned then to the data that we had from that public outreach work and interrogated it in different ways to understand and to calibrate the models to ensure that they were as valid as we could make them ultimately, because our building no longer existed, unlike the Notre Dame that Brian was working on. So we did a lot of work and looked at comparable spaces around the UK that were either comparable in terms of their time or their use. We also were able to get into our current House of Commons chamber, which is a different part of the Palace of Westminster now, to explore and measure the acoustics of that space. And we used that to calibrate the model and then to explore speech in debates of the time in 1835, based also on historical record and also on recreation, to understand the clarity of how those speeches would have been heard across the benches of the House of Commons and also by the women in the ventilator shaft above. And it's a really important sort of question for us because both understanding of speech and understanding of the political debate, of course, really important for Europe and countries around the world. But the current House of Commons, Palace of Westminster, is subject to a programme of restoration and renewal because fire is a very, very challenging risk. and they haven't even really decided how they're going to manage that. So the fact that we're able to get in and take these measurements in the current place means we have got an archive of them for the future. Thank you.
So if we go to the next slide. So our focus a lot in the Notre Dame project, aside from all the research, was how to share it with outside communities. And since we were kind of a group of sociologists and musicologists, art historians, architects, acousticians, and etc., we had a lot of kind of tangible little bits, and the idea was to kind of how to communicate those. And so the idea was that we would kind of identify key points that we wanted to share with the public, and then kind of recruit outside production companies to do some kind of outreach. And then each one is accompanied by a website that gives a little more information and links to the papers. Our target audience was, the idea was to share it as large as possible, to make it freely available and multilingual, I think, in all cases. So I just want to give kind of what the examples are. So the first one was a radio fiction, and this is kind of framed around the idea that Victor Hugo is having writer's block, and is visited by a muse that is Notre Dame, and takes him around in history. But it's all as a radio fiction, about an hour long in French and English. We got some co-funding from Audible Research and Development, because the idea was to do 3D audio and actually do reconstructions of the acoustics inside the cathedral. And I just got some information from Audible just about a week ago, giving kind of a total number of how many people have listened to it. So over 6,000 times it's been listened to for over 3,000 hours, with 8 out of 9 of those being on the French version as opposed to the English version. If we go to the next slide, so our next project was kind of more tangible, trying to engage with people interested in Notre Dame. So we built an audio guide that works on any cell phone, and you can walk around Notre Dame. And the idea is listen to the acoustic and audible history inside Notre Dame. So this one we'd have in English, French, and Spanish. It works both at the cathedral. You can also use it at home and anywhere else. And to date, we have about 27,000 downloads. 3 out of 5 of those are on Android. So if you're ever thinking about where you want to target what operating systems are important, and you can kind of see where most people are coming from. And at the moment, we do have mostly French people coming and downloading that, but it is kind of a worldwide event. And if we go to our last one, which is kind of a rated a virtual concert. The idea was to focus on the musicological evolution of music around Notre Dame. So this is a concert with 11 pieces of music spanning the history of Notre Dame, each one rendered in the acoustics of the moment of Notre Dame and then accompanying with visual graphics. So this was released at UNESCO's Week of Sound earlier in January, and since then we've been showing it around at a number of festivals. It's also a YouTube version, which at the moment has almost 2,000 views, to give an idea. And with some additional funding that we were able to receive through the university, we're making a Dome 360 version that'll work in kind of planetarium formats, and a VR application that anybody can download, and those will also be freely available kind of globally. And I can't remember if I had one more slide. If we go, and that's just kind of the closing messages, but I think that's also what we're going to talk about later. Just kind of putting the emphasis on acoustics as cultural heritage, and how we can use the digital twins both in our research and also to share in the public. These kind of help a lot of the researchers, especially in the humanities, get kind of new perspectives on the history and rethink certain things, and also kind of transforming global. That's sharing in public and, yeah, using it for a lot of things, I think. It's very hard to look that way and read that way.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian and Damian, for this very interesting presentation. So let's go to the one-word Mentimeter. Okay, to the next one, I guess, the next question. So here we can see, what we got from Dante. Can we go to the next one, or is it the same? Okay, yeah. So let's write this one. I mean, obviously, we saw the closing remarks from our two colleagues, so they were very inspiring. And I never thought about acoustics being, so fragile, and so undermined, in the studies of cultural heritage. And this is really, really interesting. Thank you. That's a good one. Okay, I'm going to use that one. It reminded me of some research I saw from Columbia University. We were thinking about the smells, of sites, and they were replicating the smells of a site throughout history. So really interesting. Yeah, there is somebody who is really good in words. Please don't use ChatGPT. All right, great. So with this, let's go to our next speaker, which is Dr. Lorella Viola. She's an assistant professor in digital humanities and society at the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. Her research examines how power, ideology, and cultural assumptions operate through language and digital infrastructures, shaping knowledge and cultural memory. She develops digital heritage methodologies and the theoretical frameworks to study the societal impacts of digital transformations. Her recent books, The Humanities in the Digital and Multilingual Digital Humanities, Rethink the Role of the Humanities in Digitally Mediated Worlds. Her work shows how digital systems actively shape whose voices become legible in the archives, and calls for decolonial infrastructure-aware approaches to digital heritage. Viola?
Okay, let's see how this works. Sorry, I brought my laptop because I don't like to have neck problems at the end of this presentation. And also, I would like to say that my name is Lorella and my surname is Viola, but that's okay. That's fine. A lot of people... Yeah, a lot of people call me Viola. It's fine. I've been called the worst name, so it's okay. It's totally fine. Okay, so wonderful to be here today to represent the Netherlands and overall all the partners that took part in this project over the course of the past years. I have to do a slight disclaimer. If we can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, just click until the last bullet point is done. So the project was initially funded in 2021 and officially finished in 2023. However, in the Netherlands, we got an extension up until this month, in fact. So the project officially ends the 31st of December 2025. Sorry. So I'm basically the only one left in the project, and that's why I'm here today. So initially the focus of the project was on audiovisual heritage, but as the project moved along, let's say the focus gradually shifted more towards digital infrastructure, how the digital infrastructure in fact shapes, as the host said in the introduction, whose voices get to be represented in the archives. Next slide, please. So the title of the project is Polyvocal Interpretations of a Contested Colonial Heritage. We had the main question of the project, which was, what does polyvocality look like in practice? By doing a sort of environmental scan of heritage in the world, of course, but mostly in a European context, we realized that polyvocality can be expressed in different ways. And in the colonial, let's say, context, that becomes, again, particularly contested. So some institutions are still trying to navigate this shift from their colonial origin, such as the World Museum in Amsterdam, for example, and becoming enablers of polyvocality. And that always implies a conflict between try to preserve the record, but at the same time, sort of amending offensive, a very painful record itself, so how the record was actually catalogued.
At the same time, some institutions also try to go more towards a community sort of author the metadata. So the problem of metadata has been investigated by several researchers, including our project, of course. And as you dive into colonial collections, you realize how offensive these labels are still. So again, there is this conflict of how do we deal with this, especially when you have to make decisions of how to transpose the material object into the digital object. What do you do with the record? Do you replicate previous colonial biases, or you amend the record with contemporary ideals? Okay, so next slide, please. So the main findings of the project overall the course of these 3 years have been that particularly digitization alone does not decolonize content. And this might sound as self-apparent and quite obvious, but actually when you look at the rhetoric behind digitalization, is all about open access and inclusive and democratization of knowledge and everybody has access to it. But actually that's not very true. In fact, by putting the record out there, that doesn't necessarily mean that the record is automatically decolonized. So what we found was that polyvocality, in fact, must be actively designed. But again, we ran very quickly into the question that, yeah, but what does polyvocality mean, actually? Is it the same? So do former colonizing countries and ex-colonized countries perceive and conceptualize and live, in fact, polyvocality at the same time? And this is what we did in the past year, particularly in the Netherlands. As I said, I'm the only partner left in the project. So what we did was to, next slide please. So what we did was to investigate two contexts. So Suriname is a former colony of the Dutch kingdom, the Netherlands. And this year, coincidentally, it's the 50th anniversary from Dutch independence from colonial rule. So we knew that our partners in Suriname were organizing this exhibition in Paramaribo, the capital, and they were also thinking about realizing a digital counterpart, let's say a permanent digital exhibition, which is called the Timeline of Suriname. And this was perfect because we really wanted to investigate how colonialism and colonial heritage was managed in two different contexts, so the former colonizers and the former colonized. Next slide, please. And we visited Paramaribo next week, actually. I just got back Saturday. And they launched this exhibition. So the Dutch, from, like I said, the 50th anniversary. And what we see on the left is the material exhibition, and on the right side is the digital exhibition. And we took this as an example to compare versus the Wereld, the museum that has in Amsterdam, that has a permanent exhibition called Onze Koloniale Erfenis, which means our colonial inheritance. And next slide, please. And we can go quickly to this one. This is just to show the other case study. So findings, because I'm very conscious of time. Next slide, please. In Suriname, we found that the main narrative was Suriname as a nation in becoming, as a nation building narrative that was really resonating throughout the whole exhibition. So the unified voice was really we as a country, we Suriname. And the emphasis, what really struck was really everyday actors, so citizens, indigenous communities, people who were marching throughout the 50 years after Dutch independence happened. So colonialism was more like a background context, which was in fact quite interesting to find. And the exhibition was very much focused on present times, so our land in movement, in becoming. So polyvocality really emerged as an internal dynamic, an internal plurality. So polyvocal voices, if you will, inside the country. Next slide, please. And pretty much the same happened in the digital. However, what we found that in the digital transposition of this exhibition, they felt the need to recur to a validation group. So a very elitist group of experts who decided what actually was worth representing in the timeline. So they made conscious choices of what to represent and what not to represent in the timeline. What was important, which historical event was important and for whom, and which kind of language do we use to represent that particular event. So we found that quite interesting how as soon as they transposed the exhibition into the digital, then the digital infrastructure mediated how the content was presented. Next slide, please, and I'm finished. Whereas the Dutch approach, as I already said, was more about recognizing their own biases, the painful past, and also some sort of understanding digital infrastructure as a tool for self-correction and taking responsibility. So to finish up, next slide, please, I would say this comparative perspective brought very interesting insights into how polyvocality can become an expression of nationhood, but at the same time can become a mechanism for institutional accountability. So I would say the main takeaway from the project is that polyvocality, we do need a different understanding of what polyvocality means. So it is really not a one-size-fits-all, whereas what I see in particularly heritage discussions around contested colonial heritage is that there is this kind of background assumption that polyvocality means everything for everyone. But it's just not the case, or at least this is what the project has demonstrated. And next slide, please. So the digital becomes a facilitator sometimes of that dynamic, but it can also become a barrier. Because digital systems, I think we are all pretty much very well aware of that, are not neutral memory containers, they can become very quickly epistemic machines, as we say in our project, with political consequences. So what we do need is really a more dynamic definition of polyvocality. Next slide, please. And understanding that polyvocality is position dependent, and that digital humanities really must recognize what kind of participatory dynamics we want to fit in the dynamics. We clearly cannot fit all, so how do you make these decisions and who gets to speak in the digital? Next slide, please. Thank you. There is a small step.
Yes.
Dangerous activities to do in Versailles.
Thank you so much, Lorela. And I would like to blame my jet lag, okay, for my lack of judgment. But it happens to me too. They call me sometimes Quintana, Santa Quint, etc. But it's what happens, in this need of polyvocal essence, right? All right. So let's go to Lorela's, diversity. Really interesting. Okay, so we are about 20 minutes to finish the session, and I'm mindful of the time so we can see some of the words, and I would like to have at least time for 1 or 2 comments or questions, okay, from the audience. Okay, great. All right, so let's go to our last but not least speaker, Carlos Andujar. He's a professor of computer science at the Universitat Politécnica de Catalunya in Barcelona and heads of the VIRVIC research group. His expertise lies at the intersection of computer graphics and cultural heritage, and he has been actively involved in digital cultural heritage projects since 2008. He also serves as the member of the steering committee for the ECHOS project. So, Carlos?
So thank you everyone, and Mario for the introduction. So next slide. So I have a lot of slides, so be prepared to hear me next slide many times. I will try to stick to the, okay, there are some problem with the font, but no, don't care. Okay, so I will be presenting the HEMP project, which essentially dealt about digitization of cultural heritage monuments of the Middle Ages. Next slide, please. So the project was coordinated by Milagros Guardia from University of Barcelona, and I'm Carlos Andújar from Universitat de Catalunya. Next slide, please. So there are some font problem here. So the main goal of the project was to create the digital models of medieval monuments, focusing both on the architecture and the mural paintings, to have both a tool for the general public and also for an instrument for researchers. And there were many challenges because we wanted the digital model to be as close as possible to the original. Next slide, please. So this is the list of key outcomes from the project. Next slide, I will give just a very brief summary of some of them. Next slide. So one of the outcomes was the creation of a workflow for creating these 3D digital models. So for the current state, the problem is quite simple. We use just 3D scanning campaigns, photographic campaigns. Next slide, please. It was a bit challenged to reintegrate due to the small size of some of the parts of the building to combine the point cloud with the high resolution images. Next slide, please. But what the real challenge was really to take benefit from the art history and archaeological studies in order to reconstruct the past state of the monuments. Next slide, please. So we could recover the plans at the different phases. We took very complex cases with a rich history of transformations. Next slide, please. So that we could recover these sketches of the 3D models. Next slide, please. And also the 3D models, both from outside and from the inside, because many of these models have multiple layers of paintings on top of each other. Next slide, please. So another outcome was the digital reintegration of dispersed mural paintings. Next slide. So visitors, for example, of this small church in Catalonia cannot see the pictures, the original paintings, because they were moved to museums. Next slide, please. So if some visitor wants to understand this very small but important piece of medieval heritage, the visitor has to go to 3 different museums and of course the original church. Next slide, please. So we wanted to digitally reintegrate everything and to move the original paintings, at least digitally, onto the original walls. Next slide, please. And that was quite challenging because the geometry of the mock-ups in the museum is not the same as the geometry in the actual walls of the surface. So we had to do a lot of research on this. Another outcome was to facilitate the enrichment of the digital model. Next slide, please. So one thing that adds a lot of value to these digital models are annotations, semantic information, and storytelling. Next slide, please. And we wanted to allow our historians to enrich the models without disrupting their usual workflow. Next slide, please. And they wanted to, they used to, well, that was a video, but no problem with it. So we wanted to offer them with intuitive tools for annotating high-resolution images because, of course, one of the targets were these mural paintings. And also, we provided tools that require no technical skills, allow art historians to define storytelling, for example, in terms of different guided tours, and they could freely define points of interest and combine images and other graphic materials, videos, audios, and attach and also drive, for example, the historical phase in order to and choose appropriate viewpoints. So something similar to Sketchfab, but much more, let's say, feature-rich in order to have these guided tours. Next slide, please. So I invite you to test the web-based demo, which includes many of these histories, which is the link on the right. Next slide, please. So another important problem that we are still working today is digital color restitution. Next slide, please. So very briefly, we develop a pipeline so that from the degraded colors on the left, which of course exhibit the effect of weathering, we develop a pipeline that requires minimal input from the art historians, essentially a collection of samples, well-preserved samples and the degraded samples to be able to recover, not to restore the missing content, but at least restitute the digital color. Next slide, please. We also provided tools in order to automatically segment degraded parts and missing parts. Next slide, please. And this is also a video. It's a video that is not self-playing, but so we provided different tools to facilitate this annotation, this segmentation of high-resolution images, and with proper training. Next slide, please. Next, because the video is not playing, so that this this can be applied automatically to high-resolution images. Next slide. And then this is still something that we are working now. Even the project finish is the simulation of the historical lighting. Next slide. So many of the original paintings were moved to museums for preservation, and the illumination, LED-based illumination in the museum on the left has nothing to do with the way these paintings were perceived at the moment they were created. Next slide, please. So there is a big gap between what visitors can see at the museum and what really the real appearance of these paintings during the liturgy. Next slide, please. So we got a lot of hypotheses related to this. Next slide, please, about the location of the natural and artificial sources. We developed a workflow for dealing with this. Next slide, which involve acquiring the spectra of the light sources. Next slide, please. So that we could manage to render, taking into account this spectral information. Next slide, please. Even in different dates and times. And next slide. So that we can compare, validate a hypothesis about the way these figures were laid out according to illumination. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so to conclude, next slide. So some key lessons learned. So I will just focus on a couple of them. So I think that the enrichment of the digital models should be as simple as possible to add annotations, semantics, and so on. And next slide, please. So one of the open problems, there are many of them, but next slide, please. We will leave this for the discussion. So next slide. Okay. So I think that I'll stop here. But maybe one of the challenges is really to facilitate this enrichment, because one thing is the digital model, that's very good, but another parties, all the semantics of the use and the intangible cultural heritage around and the practices around it. So that's it. Thank you.
Working here for the panel? Yes, thank you. Excellent, thank you so much. So let's go to the next slide and see what people think about Carlos in one word. Not about Carlos, I mean about his lecture. I thought it was really, really interesting. And, you know, I have been working a lot in mural paintings, and obviously the control light is really important. But I didn't see that facet. We always work on, you know, the conservation of the pigments and so on. So we don't look at other aspects of that. Okay, so let's go and see what we get. And we will have time for 2 questions, and then I will conclude really, really rapidly. So I would please ask you to if you want to do a question, let's not do a dialogue, okay? So shall we have the first question? Anyone from the audience? Huh? We have questions in the chat. Okay, great. So excellent, thank you. I really like that word, reintegration. Okay, so yes, you want to, yeah.
Is this working? Okay, so we have several questions in the chat. Maybe it's best if I read them all, or should I go one by one? How would you prefer, Mario?
You can choose if you want. It's okay.
Okay.
No worries.
So we have a question for Dante Abate. Autonomous UAVs have experienced a huge increase in the last years, especially with the unfortunate war in Ukraine. What are the consequences, challenges, and maybe opportunities of these changes for your research, for cultural heritage surveillance? And also, how can cultural heritage inspire technological progresses in this field? And the participant is also wondering, what about the double use research in this field? So we have a first question. Then the second question is for Lorella Viola. Do you consider the development of AI technologies more as an opportunity or a danger for polyvocality? And then we have the last question for Carlos Andujar Gran. So for recreating historical lighting with candles, did this use traditional animal fat candles or modern chemical ones? So we have a very specific, detailed question. So I don't know who would like to start.
All right. Okay, let me start from the one I remember the first, which is the dual use. Well, actually, the dual use, it's especially military with the air surveillance, is a bit, I don't know, tricky questions. And I don't even feel comfortable because I don't think that our technologies, what we have been developing in the project, should be used for military purposes. You know, AI is bringing a lot of innovation, but also a lot of ethical risks. So, yeah, I would keep it like for heritage protection activities. And when we were very grateful for when we proposed the project, it was kind of a sort of unique. And now we have seen that such technologies has been developed also at commercial level. You have systems that are being commercialized from this point of view, not for heritage protection, but maybe they can be applied for I don't know, infrastructure surveillance. It's the same concept, maybe it's just the intelligent part that is in the system that is different. Actually, I don't remember the first one, sorry.
Consequences, challenges, and opportunities.
Well, illicit trafficking of cultural property and illegal archaeological excavations are two open issues. European Commission is putting a lot of effort in it. I think it was reinforced the need to address this problem in the Mondial Cult conference, which was last in Spain, if I'm not mistaken. The European Action Plan against illicit trafficking of cultural property, it was 22-25, if I'm not mistaken. 3 main projects are finishing now, so there is a lot of interest. You have to divide what is illicit trafficking of cultural property, so things that we know that has been stolen and what we don't know that has been stolen, which is the major issues. So things which are not documented are taken out of the ground. We have no clue about it, so we had to go to the source, and we need to understand how to protect minor sites, because we are not talking about Pompeii, which is fenced, guarded, and you have a lot of surveillance on it. We are talking about small sites which are too many and difficult to patrol.
Thank you, Dante. Lorela, you want to go for the next question? No, it should be automatic.
Does it automatic? Oh, yeah. So the question about artificial intelligence, right? Yeah. So I personally think that as it is at the moment, this powerful yet very limited technology is quite problematic, actually. And what is mostly problematic is the kind of blind, enthusiastic reaction that the world seems to have towards it. Of course, there are voices of that raise concerns, but I think it's still very imbalanced how we are all sort of jumping on the cart of AI, and the voices that try to be sort of raise cautiousness, is that a word? Caution towards it. So I think this technology has tremendous opportunities, for sure. But the only way we can risk these opportunities come into being is by really being very aware of all the problems behind it, and not just embrace it blindly and just because it's very cool and it seems fantastic and very powerful. So that's, I hope this answers the question. So yes, but also we caution.
Thank you. Carlos, you want to take the last one?
Yes, so very briefly, the details are actually in a digital heritage paper that was presented a few weeks ago. But we try to be as accurate as possible in terms of measuring the spectra of light sources. So the spectra depends, for example, for oil lamps on the type of oil, the additives, whether it has salt on it or not, and of course the composition of the candles. And of course, for example, in the case of bee wax, it was bee wax of the 20th century, but it was so we tried to reproduce the materials, because actually measuring the spectra is not so it's not cheap. Okay, so we use light sources as similar and according to historical knowledge as possible.
Thank you. I do have one question for you guys about what type of, because you talked about calibration of the acoustic models, and I was wondering what kind of software do you use for that, for the 3D models?
I mean, there's a number of room acoustic simulation softwares that exist, either commercial that are used a lot by consulting companies, some academic software that I know Damien has done some. So there's a range. There's not like hundreds. There's probably maybe 5 kind of softwares out there, but it's mostly user-based. I mean, it's like a graphic software. It's the same as Blender, but instead of adjusting the colors of things, you're adjusting the acoustic properties and the geometric detail of all the surfaces.
And yeah, for our calibration, we did some of that, but we also looked at the measurements that we did in comparable sites. And so we took metrics from each of those sites and took lots and lots of measurements and looked at the graph that I showed you was actually looking at the volume of the space that we looked at and the reverberation time averaged over lots of different points, and looking at the comparators for our predicted model versus, again, existent models that we used as baselines, and so we could see it was in the right cluster. So again, different metrics we used to help with the calibration, but a lot was software based as well.
Thank you very much, and let's thank all our panelists. I'm sorry, you.
One last minute question. We will take 2 more minutes.
Okay, it's because I also have to conclude with some and the people want to take coffee, but it's okay. Yeah, let's go for the.
We have one last question. Oh, sorry. So we return to polyvocality, and the participant is saying this. It was mentioned that digitalization does not decolonize content, and they're wondering, should cultural heritage data be made available as open heritage, or would this just accentuate the colonization gesture? And they're also wondering what would be some best practices to decolonize content. And thank you very much, everyone, for the very nice questions.
Okay, so the first one was, again, oh my God, my memory, sorry. Oh, open access, yeah. Yes, but of course there are copyright issues, so it really depends on what you show. And I have to say, in some cases, the object is quite atrocious to watch, actually. So it's not that simple. So open doesn't necessarily mean inclusive, actually. You can really hurt people by showing some content. So there are images of atrocities held at the Versailles Museum, for example. And so what do you do with it? And how do you show how that particular object was preserved originally by the museum, collected also who took that particular photo? How could you just take a photo of that particular atrocity, and how did you document that atrocity? So it's really painful and not that easy to answer that question. So theoretically, sure, ideally, it would be great. At the same time, you very quickly run into other questions, such as when you make an object available for everyone, let's say digitally, who actually has the digital infrastructure to be able to access the object? So we come from an idea that in this part of the world, we're very lucky to have internet everywhere, and to have a very stable digital infrastructure that allows us to access that particular object. But that's not the case everywhere in the world, is it? So the digital has a lot of opportunities, but at the same time, we risk perpetuating the same and imposing the same colonial frameworks that we are actually advocating to dismantle. So yes, I'm all for the digital, but it should not, by all means, be the only way we advocate polyvocality, because some communities do not have access to the internet, and perhaps they never will. So what do you do with that particular object? How do you make sure that they can also access their own heritage that was most of the time taken from them? Some people, 50 years ago is very recent. I'm talking about Suriname specifically. Some images that represent the people whose parents are still alive, for example, right? Or grandparents. So it's really painful to see how some people recognize their relatives in some images. I'm just to give you a bit of a context of what kind of heritage we are dealing with here. Sorry, I don't want to monopolize the panel. Sorry.
No, thank you so much, Lorela.
I just felt like we needed a bit of an explanation.
I'm coming from a country that is still occupying nations, right? So Canada is a country where we have an occupation, ongoing occupation, and we are trying to work out how we deal with this in the present. And I think it resonated with me a lot of the things that you said about active digital infrastructures, who has access to it, who digitizes, how do you digitize the data, and how do you make it available. So we always have this discussion about how we make it available. Democratization, I'm sorry, but no. And then we see Dante's presentation. By democratizing some information about cultural heritage, you also allow people to steal it, right? So are we doing that? And I think that in the panel, I could take around 20 minutes to explain all the key takeaways of our panelists, but I think that we have seen a lot of technical approaches in very difficult context with very difficult material. These technical challenges were kind of taken from a technical way with new opportunities that these tools provides. But in the session, we also heard okay, let's do it with these opportunities, but we have these challenges, and we have to find ways of making those challenges also increasingly important in our stage. And I think that the creation also of knowledge very accurately, as Carlos and Brian mentioned, is really, really important. The accuracy of the data makes things also important, and that's why we are funding projects. So with that, I will say that we conclude. We need some coffee. You can ask them more questions. And I would like to thank the panelists because it's been really great session, okay? And our organizers and everybody that worked for this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our moderators and our panelists. Just 10 seconds. We resume at 11:35. And for those of you who are on site, please pass by the registration desk to choose your visit for later today. Thank you. Enjoy the coffee break. We return at 11:35. Okay, so we're back for the second half of the morning. And we hope you had a refreshing coffee break. So we will continue now with our event and the second session, Co-Creating Heritage, Community Engagement, Identity and Sustainable Futures. And you'll see that this part of the morning is split in two, so a roundtable and a dialogue. And the roundtable will be moderated by Sophie Elpers, an ethnologist at the Meertens Institute from the Royal Netherlands Academy of Sciences in Amsterdam and professor of Intangible Cultural Heritage and Ethnology at the University of Antwerp. And Sophie will have the pleasure of introducing the panelists. Sophie, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and welcome to the two speakers of this first roundtable and to a third speaker who will be online. So this session focuses on the central role of heritage communities. The title of this session is Co-Creating Heritage, Community Engagement, Identity and Sustainable Futures, and I'm very curious to learn how heritage is created by communities, how it can foster social cohesion, and how it can contribute to sustainable development. And we will also learn in this session about co-creative methodologies, maybe also the challenges of co-creative methodologies and the impact of the projects, how the projects led to further communication, how they led to policy development. So I'm really very curious to hear the speakers. We will work like this in this session. We will have a brief round of project introductions. One will be digital and the other two will be given here. And then we try to have a kind of round table with the three of us, which will more be a kind of dialogue, I would say, in which we will discuss again the content of the projects, the methodologies, and the impact. So then we will have another dialogue session in this session too, and this will be moderated by my colleague Christian Hottin. Good, so let me first introduce the speakers of the first session. This will be online Julie Deramond. Maybe we can have the next slide. Oh no, back please. Julie Deramond. She is an associate professor in information and communication sciences in Avignon University, and she holds a PhD in contemporary history. She's a member of the Norbert Elias Centre, and she led the JPI CH Olive for All project. She is involved in the Europe Creative OTR Arts project, and she runs Avignon University's publishing house, Les Éditions Universitaires d'Avignon. And she works on living heritage, natural heritage, and performing arts and their mediation. I immediately also introduced the other two speakers, Rosalind Bryce. Yes, is director of the Centre for Mountain Studies at the University of the Highlands and Islands in Scotland. She's an interdisciplinary researcher who works on socio-ecological systems, and she has spent interest in mountain and upland region, but works on diverse projects about land and communities across a range of countries and contexts. And Rosalind was the lead of the Cultivate project, and we will learn more about that project in some minutes. Then Laura Hodson, welcome. She is Associate Professor in Heritage, Culture and Society at Falmouth University in Cornwall, UK, where her research focuses on heritage and landscapes, with particular interest in social justice and what heritage means to different people. And after a PhD in classics from the University of Leeds, she worked in higher education policy. She has been at Falmouth University since 2018, where she now leads the Research Center in Heritage, Culture and Society, an interdisciplinary center combining traditional and creative approaches to ensuring that everyone can engage with and benefit from cultural heritage. And I would say I give the word to the first speaker, which is Julie. Julie, can you hear us, and will we be able to hear you?
You don't hear me?
No. Julie?
Yes.
Ah, wonderful. Could you share your presentation, or shall we share yours?
I'll try to share mine if you want.
No, maybe that will not work. So then we could go to the next slides. We have Julie's slides here. Okay, that will take some time. I see the colleagues there. Okay, so here it is. Julie, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here to talk today. I am really sorry I cannot be with you. I'm not feeling very well, but I'd like at least to present Olive for All to you. It is perfect to talk to you about a project dedicated to olives on World Olive Tree Day, which has been celebrated every 26 November since its proclamation by UNESCO in 2019. Olive for All is a short name for the heritage of the olive tree as a means of raising awareness of sustainable development. It was launched in response to the 2020 call for projects launched by the JPI. Olive for All is a research project that I led during 4 years, finalized in May 2025. Its aim was to encourage dialogue through the development and organization of communities linked to the olive heritage, thanks to a better understanding and promotion of this living heritage.
Julie, can you hear us?
Yes.
Could you show the full screen of your presentation?
Yes, I will try it, but so partager.
You could go to the right on the bottom, and then have the
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but I don't.
Otherwise, go ahead. It's okay.
Maybe it's okay. No, you don't see it.
It's okay. Just go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's not a problem.
Okay.
Thank you. So its aim was to encourage dialogue through the development and organization of communities linked to the olive heritage, thanks to a better understanding and promotion of this living heritage as part of a local, sensitive and sustainable development approach. We worked with teams from France, mainly in Avignon University, from Portugal, led by Francisco Diaz in the Polytechnic Institute of Leiria, and Greece, led by Thanasis Kourakis in the University of Thessaly. The different teams specialized in a particular field: communication sciences in France, tourism in Portugal, and computer science in Greece, in order to create a truly interdisciplinary project. We chose to work on the olive heritage because it plays a prominent role in Mediterranean culture. It's the most important form of arboriculture in this area, occupying 13 million hectares. It defines the boundaries of the Mediterranean region, shapes the landscape, and feeds its inhabitants. Above all, it bears witness to social memory, shapes identities, and conveys emotions and individual and collective values. It's a multifaceted heritage, cultural and natural, tangible and intangible. It encompasses trees, food and soaps, landscapes, rituals, tools, traditions, buildings, festivities, and even more. It was therefore an excellent way to study the links maintained by the women and the men who interact with this heritage on a daily basis. In this case, to see how, in the Mediterranean area, inhabitants from generation to generation interact with olive trees on a daily basis and keep them alive. Therefore, we conducted an ambitious comparative survey in the 3 regions covered by the program to gain a better understanding of the links forged between the stakeholders and the olive tree beyond cliché and common representations. The ambition was to use these multiple symbolic and emotional links as a foundation for building a more sustainable society. In order to achieve this, we thought it would be necessary to raise and widespread awareness of the value of heritage. Heritage should not be a source of constraints, but can be a tremendous asset that helps to forge individual and collective identities and bring communities together for those who see it that way. We created different narratives to recount and promote this heritage: exhibition, geographic information system, virtual exhibition, documentaries, events. For instance, the exhibition L'Olivier Notre Arbre was held in Salagon Museum and Garden during 2 years, from May 2023 to 2025, welcoming more than 50,000 of visitors. The documentary, The Liquid Gold, produced by the CITRO in Portugal with the help of the Art and Tour Festival, was broadcast during almost a year on the TAP, the Portuguese airline company, for the long flights, reaching many audiences. They aimed to raise awareness to the richness of the olive heritage, enabling us to move on to the 3rd stage of the project, linked to local development. Promoting heritage by developing tours, opening meals, exhibitions, organizing tasting events can open the door to new forms of rural cultural tourism that are more in tune with the needs of Mediterranean people. Promoting heritage offers the opportunity for people to discover and rediscover ways of doing things, recipes, techniques, and products that have sometimes been forgotten in the face of globalization and consumerism. Through surveys with tourism professionals and tourists, we have demonstrated that there is a real potential for local, gourmet, and rural cultural tourism, far removed from mass tourism, which destroys ecosystems. The aim of this entire project was therefore to encourage the preservation and transmission of this heritage, as we believe it has valuable lessons to teach. Heritage can contribute to the renewal and the sustainable development of our societies by being at the heart of a virtuous cycle that encompasses people, planet, prosperity, and peace in a single movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I think we did not see all slides, so I don't know who shares slides. Is it Julie or is it you? Maybe go to the second slide shortly. No. Maybe we can go through our slides because Julie's slides are also in our slides.
Maybe.
Yeah, here we go. And I can really recommend the film, The Liquid Gold. You can look it up at YouTube and learn more about the project. And then the third slide. Wonderful. So here you can contact Julie and look at the website of the project. Thank you very much. Are there very urgent questions for Julie? So we agreed that Julie would only present this project and would not take part in the dialogue because she's ill. But is there a very urgent question for her? Otherwise, I would say email Julie, and we wish you a very good recovery, Julie. Thank you that you took the time and energy to be here digitally. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And goodbye. Bye.
Good. Then the next speaker is, who is it? It's Rosalind, and he will talk about the Cultivate project. 5 minutes. What you want? Okay, we say here. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. So I'm going to briefly introduce the Cultivate project before the dialogue that we're going to have. So I was the project lead of the Cultivate project, and this was about co-creating cultural narratives for sustainable rural development. So it was a really fulfilling project to be involved with, thanks to the brilliant team I worked with. We were very, very interdisciplinary in our expertise, bringing together ecologists, social scientists, and people working with cultural heritage. So those are the partners you can see up there. So I work for the University of the Highlands and Islands, and we had partners from the Czech University of Life Sciences, the Estonian University of the Life Sciences, and the University of Bergen in Norway. So next slide, please. But just as important were the place-based partners that worked with us in the project. So we worked with 4 UNESCO biospheres in each of those countries where we had the academic partners. And this provided a really rich setting for doing place-based research into how cultural heritage could inform some of our most pressing sustainability challenges in rural areas. So those are the 4 areas there. So in Scotland, we worked in the Northwest Highlands in Westeros, which is a large, very sparsely populated region, suffering from demographic decline, a loss of services, and also dealing with biodiversity challenges and climate change, as many other areas are. So that's a complex area of mountain and coastal scenery, so really beautiful landscape, a big tourism destination as well. And in Norway, we worked in the Nordhordland Biosphere Reserve, which is just west of Bergen. It's a very complex landscape of islands, fjords, mountains, and it's undergone, really big energy transition. So it has one of the biggest it's got the biggest oil refinery in Norway and the biggest one in Europe when it was developed in the 70s. So there's a big shift there from small-scale traditional farming to this modern energy landscape. And then in the Czech Republic, we worked in the Trebon Basin Biosphere Reserve, which is a system of man-made fish ponds interspersed by sort of natural environments and nature reserves, a very important area for tourism as well, and a very rich cultural history of traditional fishing practices, which are carried on today. And finally, we worked with the Western Estonian Archipelago Biosphere in Estonia, so a network of low-lying islands that used to be connected to the mainland by ice roads. And that was one of the really interesting cultural heritage dimensions with the history of these ice roads and the fact they no longer exist due to climate change. So 4 very different regions, designated at different times. It was fantastic to work with biospheres because there's already an ethos there of breaking down the barriers between culture and nature, an ethos of community participation and engagement, and willingness to experiment and be innovative in actions towards sustainability in these quite large landscapes. And also they're connected to a wider global network of, I think it's 785 biospheres we have at the moment. It changes every day. But that also gives an opportunity for scaling up, for sharing best practice, and for sharing our project results much more widely. So next slide, please. So just by way of finishing my introduction, I wanted to show the transdisciplinary learning framework that we developed and used in Cultivate. This is published now in Current Opinion in Environmental Sustainability. And it really describes how place-based research it's very important to kind of consider cultural heritage as a facet of socio-ecological systems when we're looking at place-based sustainability questions. And it's not always the case that cultural heritage has been adequately combined with socio-ecological systems thinking. So that's what we tried to do with this framework. And this really guided the implementation of the project as well. So we started in stage 1 by developing an understanding of cultural heritage in terms of what community heritage is versus what the kind of more traditional institutionalized forms of heritage that have affected the areas in which we've been working up to that point. So we were looking at the designation documents for the biosphere reserves, speaking with stakeholders, considering how tourism and media had been conveying these narratives about these regions over time, looking back quite a long time. And then we got really into depth. In the key part of the project for us was really to work with the communities in these regions to understand how they viewed cultural heritage and what cultural heritage meant to them. And we did that using an elicitation of cultural narratives with different parts of the communities in these different regions, aiming to try and understand a bit about the diversity of the way that people would construct and understand cultural heritage. So moving away from the more static concepts to considering sort of, more fluid and evolving ideas of cultural heritage. Am I out of time?
No, but we will definitely come back to this during our conversation. Thank you so much. Okay, then we give the word to Laura Hodgson from the Revoicing Cultural Landscapes project.
Thank you. Mitten da from Probonen. That's good morning, everyone in Cornish. So I'm not going to interact with my slides because I'm going to injure myself, so can you just take it that I'm gesticulating behind me? So Revoicing Cultural Landscapes, or Revoice, was led by Falmouth University alongside the University of Groningen in the Netherlands, University of Tartu in Estonia, and the University of Latvia Livonian Institute. And Revoice was really interested in kind of what happens to the intangible cultural heritage, or ICH, in sort of spaces traditionally inhabited by a national minority culture. So these are places where newcomers are moving in, long-standing residents may be moving out. And kind of thinking about these cultural spaces that have forged and maintained identities that are different to the national majority identity. What happens as they're becoming much more socially plural over time. So we wanted to kind of look beyond assumptions and the entrenched narratives of what these cultures are like, to look beyond policies and institutions, which is the way that ICH is often considered, to think about the more kind of everyday social interactions of participation in minority cultures, ICH. Because on one hand, they're kind of inherently inclusive. It's sort of the definition, it's participatory, it's people doing things together is what makes ICH kind of happen. But on the other hand, they're inherently exclusive because of their role as heritage, as identity practice. So kind of thinking about that kind of almost paradox, can minority cultures afford to embrace any and all comers to sort of be part of their practices? But also resilience-wise, can they afford not to when there are people moving in and out and that identity is becoming increasingly plural? We were thinking about when's participation appropriation in that sense, when might it be allyship, when might it add to the critical mass of a broader community of practice. So we're exploring these dynamics and the ethics of that participation, from thinking about really people from the most invested insider to the kind of accidental tourist who'd rocked up and didn't know that it was there, but also everyone in between, so the temporary population, the recent incomers, those sorts of people. So next slide, please. So we focused on 3 minority cultures across 4 countries, so Cornwall in the UK, Frisia in the Netherlands, and Livonian areas in Latvia and Estonia. So all of these places are geographically and economically somewhat peripheral. They're places where tourism, holiday homes, retiring incomers sit alongside something of a depopulation, particularly as younger people move out to urban centres that are outside of the regions. And they range from kind of small and critically endangered, in the case of Livonian, to a larger critical mass with about 500,000 speakers in Frisian, to Cornwall, which is probably somewhere in between. And so we're thinking about how these deeply held identities and the practices of the minority cultures can be visible, confident, and really flourish, but while also accounting for this pluralisation of the social landscape. So we focused on live cultural events, such as festivals and traditional theatre performances. We did field interviews at the event, so we asked people to think about their relationship with the event, belonging, their sense of community, and the culture more broadly. We did other interviews with organisational partners, and so we had a data set of around 300 interviewees, and we used co-creative artistic practice and archive research as well. And what we heard was a lot of openness from our insiders to people getting involved, perhaps more so than we'd anticipated. But at the same time, this wish to ensure really that those who do engage are doing so in the right way, which of course there's a whole load of thinking under what right means in that case. But really that's thinking about an awareness of one's relationship to the culture and to the particular practice, perhaps a willingness to be told that people are getting it wrong, and the intention to give some of themselves while also making sure that their voice doesn't become too loud in that context. Also, that these dynamics we found are really often related to the broader political and economic context, so that need to kind of holistically consider the socio-cultural dimensions of the decisions taken in other domains. So just finally, next slide. So our concept of revoicing was really geared to thinking about social cohesion. The notion of voice is obviously linked to that of power. So the voices of those are the often silenced or erased minorities, whether and when they can be heard, and who gets to speak and who has agency. But also the more polyvocal voices from across this ecosystem. So thinking about the possibility of horizontal transmission of ICH as well as vertical intergenerational transmission. So just finally, sorry. So it's kind of complementing frameworks such as the UNESCO's ICH Convention, and it's this idea of paying attention to who and who isn't participating in ICH, and thinking about what we call a heritage literate way of doing that, as a kind of creating the conditions of possibility for social cohesion. And just quickly, I just want to, and I'm representing the project today, but I just want to really acknowledge my fellow principal investigators on the project, so Sherja Menendar at University of Groningen, Valtzer and Streitz at University of Latvia, and Kadri Karenik at the University of Latvia, Tartu, sorry. And all of our research teams, and also all of the people we talk to, without which we wouldn't have anything to say at all. So I want to thank them as well. And also just to plug our, I'm not contemporary enough to think of a QR code, but we do have an edited volume that's open access that was published in June, where you can read more about the findings.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Can we have the next slide? So this is what we will be discussing now. We have some questions about the subject matter, then some questions about methodologies, and questions about impact. And I think you already both explained a bit what kind of concepts of heritage you work, but maybe you could once more emphasize a bit more on that and also react on each other. I saw you, Rosalind, nodding when you were explaining the also challenges of the intangible cultural heritage project concept, but also the chances. So, Rosalind, how did you work with the concept of heritage making? Maybe you could tell a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about co-creation, and I think that's kind of where we started, just thinking across the project how we wanted to approach the concepts of cultural heritage as a project team, and in a way that it could be meaningful kind of at the national level, but also in the biospheres that we were working with. So we were really interested in understanding a community-defined definition of cultural heritage. So we ended up starting quite broad and really going out to people and asking what cultural heritage, how it meant to them, but also asking how they then interacted with the forms of cultural heritage that were purported in the area as being very important, and the pertinent topics that were driving development in the area, such as tourism and things like that. So it was really about encouraging people to think about cultural heritage. It was a lot about the intangible, but not excluding the tangible as well, but treating it as you know, the concept in the literature is moving away from this static idea of cultural heritage as an object to something that's changing all the time and something that people are involved in constructing in their everyday lives. I think that's really important. People are situated in the present, but they're making reference to the past in all kinds of different timescales and also making reference to the future. So it was about working with the communities to kind of collectively decide how we could describe that process and assess cultural heritage using that.
Laura, that's recognizable for you, I guess.
Yeah, it's really interesting, that kind of idea of the definition. So speaking for the UK in particular, so we've only just ratified the UNESCO Convention and we're just opening it now to, or about to open it to nominations. So it might be a particular issue, but we spent a lot of time discussing what we meant by intangible cultural heritage, and it was interesting to see a lot of the different things that came out of that. But certainly, absolutely chimes that idea that for people it's just doing stuff. It's not necessarily, the pastness is often very important, but it's not necessarily that self-conscious. And we had a wide range of people, you know, for whom the day was just the day that you all get together and do stuff, and it wasn't necessarily that self-conscious. A lot of people who were very, very conscious of their connection to place and to their identities and what that meant, particularly in the context of the minority cultures and kind of thinking about recognition and that kind of thing. But I think you mentioned earlier the idea of the institutional versus the everyday, and I think just seeing how that played out in this much more plural way, a much more sort of everyday way was much more meaningful to people. And also, it's interesting how your project comes from quite a different angle in the sense of thinking about the natural, perhaps a little bit more consciously than ours, but actually there's so much connection between them. And so we hadn't necessarily expected it, but something that was very emergent from, so particularly our context in Cornwall, we did a midsummer festival, Galawan in Penzance, and Padstow May Day. So traditionally very linked to the cycles of the season, the solar calendar. And actually we were struck by how important that link was to people. So a lot of people weren't conscious of it. It's just what they'd done since they were at school and they went down their mates, you know, with their mates down the prom. But for a lot of people, it was really profound, that sense that they were able to connect with that much more environmental side of things. And they were talking about the fact they were fishers, and so they were very conscious of it. That the fact that the events themselves took into account place and the broader landscape as well. So yeah, it's kind of the way that people were doing their everyday lives was very much kind of caught up in all of that, I think.
In your project, Rosalind, the concept of narratives was a key concept. Could you tell a bit more about that? And then I would, Laura, ask in how far the concept of narratives was also important for your project. So what is the meaning and the significance of narratives in your project and maybe in the heritage world in general?
Yeah, I think it was a very natural way for people to discuss cultural heritage because, as I said before, it was a way for them to talk about their present lives, but to explain how that was dependent to some extent on the past and events that have happened in the past, and also kind of influencing their view of the future. So it sort of ties people to place, it ties people to past, and it ties people to future without kind of too much in the way of boundary. So it was really interesting to be able to look at narratives and look at how plural they were, because people don't just have one cultural narrative. They have plural kind of ways in which they construct meaning in terms of their connection with these places. So it allowed us to look at sort of differences kind of between the individual, but also between different parts of those communities, different people in the same parts of the communities. And it was really sort of developing sort of conversational kind of extracts, I guess, from those communities. And I think it makes sense, you know, our project, as Laura just said, is very focused on the land and environment. And I think it really helps people explain their connections with the land and the way that they're shaping the land through their everyday practices, particularly if they're involved in land management, but they're also very much affected by the physical landscape around them. And the cultural narratives allow us to be able to draw on that. And I think it's also very conducive to more creative methods of working with communities as well, because we use poetic inquiry and visually kind of scenario building methods, and the cultural narratives really linked in very well with that as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's one of those ones that makes me want to go around again and use that methodology more kind of from the start, because we certainly thought about narratives, but I think from us it was more of something that emerged or as a backdrop rather than as a methodology. And I think that would have been a very, very interesting thing for us to elicit a lot more kind of consciously. I mean, I think for us there was something that framed the whole thing, which is thinking about what the narratives are in terms of particularly a majority gaze on minority cultures. So this idea of, there were lots of stereotypes that were still existing. So one that came up a lot was this idea that the last Livonian died in the 13th century. Oh no, the last Livonian is coming to this event. And here are all these Livonian people kind of doing all of this ICH. So I think these things kind of, and we've had the same with the last Cornish speaker and all that kind of thing. So there are all these ideas that maybe there's stereotypes about the pastness of the cultures that maybe aren't quite the case. But also about the dynamics of coming to the events and this idea of what people might find there. To some extent, it might be that they are invisible in such a way that's not necessarily helpful for a culture to feel confident and to flourish, but at the same time, maybe hyper-visible. And so, yeah, we talked to some people who'd come to Padstow May Day and they were tourists and they'd come along and they kind of said, oh no, we were told not to come because we were told, you know, they don't like outsiders coming. And said, no, they're lovely and friendly and they've had this wonderful time. And it comes from that gaze and this idea that over time people have got in the way or they have kind of exoticized it, but actually this idea that there are different ways of participating in a much more sensitive way. So that kind of power of these narratives, whether that's much broader or to do with the everyday interaction, I think was really interesting. And we saw some of that as well in sort of discourse analysis of the way that media and hospitality talk about these things. And again, it was either really exoticizing, so weird and wonderful, things like that, to talk about these practices, or it was in the language of, oh, you know, like it could have been Glastonbury or a food festival, just kind of, you know, the lineups doing this or that, in a way that it's both exoticizing and kind of erasing it at the same time. And just to kind of start to think about, okay, well, what would it be like if there was more awareness of this richness of these practices as they exist as contemporary practices, as well as ones that have come from the past. So I think for us, it was something that set the context for a lot of the interactions. But I think it would have been very interesting to elicit that and see much more explicitly how people thought about it, definitely. Yeah.
You already talked about your methodologies. And you both worked with co-creative participatory methodologies. So my question would be, what would you advise the others here in the venue? How does a good co-creation work? How does it work to use participatory methodologies? Do you have tips, good practices from your own projects?
You need a lot of time. That's the key thing, because we were trying to agree methodologies that would work across 4 very different socio-cultural contexts, and I think that was the most challenging thing. And I think the most important thing was simultaneously understanding what was important to the places in which we were working. So we were both designing a common methodology, but also at the same time working with the communities and the stakeholders in each of these biospheres to look at what policy processes and ongoing projects that the findings could inform and make sure that all of that lined up. And I think that was quite a tricky balance. But I think if you have enough time, I think that's the key thing. And also the first year of the project was the kind of aftermath of COVID. We couldn't meet in person. And we really noticed that being an issue, that we couldn't really have those frank discussions about our methodologies until we met in person, which was over a year into the project. And then it sort of moved on from there.
Yeah, I definitely echo the importance of the local and the contingent and those local contexts as being really important. I think I can reflect on a particular method that we used, which is a colleague of mine, Agnieszka Blonska, who's a theatre director, and she worked with a community choir, the Tuesday Night Fun Club in Penzance, she took the research questions to them and kind of said, took it from there, essentially, and sort of had no other expectations in terms of what would come out of it. And it was incredible. It was really interesting kind of complement to our sort of more traditional, the field interviews and the semi-structured interviews that we'd done. And it was really interesting to see what kind of direction that developed. So the choir were just kind of thinking about working with all these ideas of belonging, of home, of identity, in a way that probably wouldn't have been the case if we'd kept that within our sort of, our more sort of stricter research paradigm. A lot of them were from Penzance, where this was based originally. A lot of them had moved down to the area, and just thinking about how they'd negotiated that belonging and what point they'd started to feel like home. And they put together a performance, so there was songs, dance, spoken word, and we held it in Tate St Ives, so the gallery of Tate St Ives, where people were expecting sort of, objects and paintings and kind of very still things, and there was this wonderful kind of song coming out of it, and this really a lot of movement, and people, it was interesting putting it in that space, just almost put that conversation in a different space. And we had some fabulous feedback from people who'd said, oh, it really made me stand up and listen to these issues about what does it mean to be in Cornwall, to be in Penzance, to be doing these kind of practices. What does it mean for me as an incomer or as a newcomer or as a tourist who hadn't expected to encounter it? So I think for me, there was something being about being in that creative space, about having that space to think about it very differently, that was really powerful. And yeah, it certainly opened up. And I think in general, that was something that just opening up the conversations was a large part of what I think was almost needed to happen, is just kind of, and there's something about that artistic space that was a safer space than, the comment section of the local newspaper or whatever that was, to actually have constructive conversations.
Thank you. Rosalind, I know that you have used a very specific methodology as well, the seeds of a good Anthropocene methodology. Could you explain to us what that is and how it works?
Yeah, it's brilliant. And this was around our imagining the cultural heritage in the making, and this was encouraging people to think about themselves as agents of the cultural heritage of the future. So in each of these biosphere reserves, we did workshops where we asked people to imagine kind of what their ideal futures would be like in 10 years' time. So it's kind of within kind of, living possibility to meet some of these sustainability challenges. And the seeds framework then asked people to think about the seeds that already exist in these areas. So the cultural assets, the projects, the ideas, it might just be something that exists in a small part of a community, like a local growing project or something like that. And once you kind of you collate these initiatives and the energy that's already going on, there's actually a lot there. And the essence of the methodology is that it's a positive methodology. It's attempting to overcome these more dystopian visions of climate change and the sort of entrenched issues that it's very hard to kind of find solutions to, and it's all about barriers. This is about thinking about the cultural assets that we have and just how much that can really bring to some of our challenges. So then we scale up from that. We look at ways to maybe fund these projects more and to make them bigger, to perhaps introduce them into new areas. And it's a very visual methodology because it's about growing from seeds up into a flowering plant. So that works very well with people. So we did this with adults. We did this with school-aged children in each of those areas, and it worked very well each time. So we're just in the process of analysing all of that data across those countries now.
Thank you. We do have some minutes, not many, but some, to talk about the impacts of the projects. What is the impact of your project?
Thanks, big question. Yeah, it's interesting actually, just picking up on that seed. So we were talking earlier, and then we'd actually been trying to think about the impact, because I think, as I said, a lot of this was just actually starting conversations or getting in on existing conversations in a different way rather than a sort of tools or an intervention in and of itself. And I've been thinking about this idea of seeds kind of completely differently. So I was fascinated to see that methodology as something that we might plant. Someone will come and later remember it, and you hope that you've planted a seed where even if someone's now heard of something or know about something that they hadn't before, and then maybe they're positioned in a different way towards it when they enter one of these spaces. So I think in one sense it's that conversation that's been really important, and just kind of trying to think about where that can lead, and in a way that's obviously outside of the control of the project. So that's really important. I think maybe as part of that, there's also been some initiatives that have come out of it, again, just sort of solidifying that. So there's been a Livonian Heritage Day, for example, which is fantastic, so making much more visibility kind of across Latvia. we held a summer school organised by the University of Groningen. So we had the kind of next generation of heritage practitioners where we were again just thinking about the issues from their perspectives. The data that we have is really useful, and it's actually continuing to be able to inform lots of different contexts. So it's input into the DCMS's consultation on the ICH convention. A natural lingua report's used it, so that's interesting as well, sort of thinking about its applicability. So it's kind of carried on and informing in different ways things that have come out of it. But actually, I think for us, there's so much, as I suspect a lot of these projects, there's just so much, it feels like we've scratched the surface in terms of starting to ask. So we definitely need to think beyond events, because they're obviously much more inclusive. Perhaps my feeling is that they'll be a lot more inclusive than a lot of other types of ICH practice. So really kind of this kind of seeds for new projects and thinking about what does this look like in other contexts. And we're sort of trying to work at the moment on kind of thinking about where can we carry on thinking about this. I think there's a lot of scope to think about frameworks to solidify more of this. Once we've got that broader data, we certainly need to think about things like intersectionality more, which we didn't have the chance to do. So I think it's a journey, but I think it's kind of it's kind of carrying on those conversations that it started.
Yeah, I suppose one of the key ones for us, I think, was being able to see some actual impact in one of the areas, in particular in Scotland, where the findings directly informed the development of a strategic area place plan for that sort of Highland region. Which was brilliant, and it was just it just seemed like the right kind of data that was culturally informed, was bringing in all parts of the community, and that should then guide sort of planning decisions in that region going forward. But as Laura says, it's a massive thing, and you've got impacts at the country level and impacts at the UNESCO level. For us, we're sort of feeding into UNESCO research agendas at the national level, and hopefully kind of beyond that in the future as well. So it's really an evolving picture, but lots more to do, and it's great to be at this event and to think about new projects with other colleagues as well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, let's think about new projects together. I think this is a good starter for the lunch break. But no, there will be another dialogue. Thank you very much for this dialogue. There's no time for questions, but you both will be here during lunch and maybe the whole day and maybe tomorrow as well. So please, if you have questions, approach Rosalind and Laura directly, and let us really start thinking about how we can proceed and find new great projects. Thank you.
Wonderful exchange. Is this loud enough? Shall I be louder? Okay. All right. So thank you very much also for the audience online that raised some questions that unfortunately will not be treated live, but rest assured we have noted them down, and we will make sure that the answers to your questions will reach you. So you will be able to sleep tonight. You will have your answers. Okay. So since we mentioned a dialogue, so talking about co-creation and having all these angles, we will have this dialogue moderated by Christian Autin, who is an associated researcher at the Heritage Laboratory at the CHSE University here in France. He is specialized therefore in art history, contemporary history, ethnology, and intangible cultural heritage. And on top of that, he is also a member of the Committee for Historical Works and Historical and Scientific Works at the École des Chartes PSL. Another of his professional adventures is being a conservator in the French Ministry of Culture. And I will invite Christian so that he brings forward this dialogue.
Thank you very much. For this last dialogue between the lunchtime, we will try to have the same spirit as the roundtable moderated by Sophie, and we will go on to explore the co-creation of heritage, mostly by the community engagement, And we will move to 2 different areas. First of all, in the rural countryside, and then the rural periphery of Europe. It will be with Anna Maria Stagno from the University of Genova. And next, we will move to large cities to explore the cultural heritage in metropolitan peripheries. We will move from Spain to Montenegro, from Paris to Madrid to Edinburgh. And we are going to begin, first of all, with Anna Maria Stagno. If you want to come to the floor, you are coordinator of the Laboratory of Environmental Archaeology and History at the University of Genova, an associate professor. You were the leader of the JPI project IRIS. You are going to present for us. And you were also the leader for the URC project Antigone, Archaeology of Sharing Practices, the modernization of European mountains. You have a PhD in historical geography and rural archaeology. And you were also associate fellow at the University of Durham and the University of Basque Country. Is this correct?
Yes.
Perfect. You have the floor.
Thank you. Opla. Sorry, I'm not so high. Thank you very much, Christian. Thank you very much to the JPI to have organized this important meeting. And could you show the next slide, please? And yes, we will move to uplands, to European uplands. I forgot to put a slide with Europe and the places, but you will imagine that we are speaking about Scotland with the Cheviot Hills, so not so far from other places we already saw. Southern, the extreme western southern Europe with the Sierra Nevada, the south central Europe with the Ligurian Apennine and French Pyrenees, and then in Montenegro, the Alps, in the Balkanian Peninsula. They are 5 case study areas where we addressed a problem that is what is the heritage in uplands? Because we could speak about natural heritage, cultural heritage, and memories, tradition, but then there is something that help to avoid these dichotomies, nature, culture. It doesn't mean have sense in uplands. Everywhere it doesn't have sense, but mostly in uplands because the relationship between human beings, individual, local social groups, and their territory, their places, is what create the heritage with different expression, nature, culture, nature, environmental resources management that produce high, rich biodiversity. Here you could see, you don't see, truly. But you could imagine that there is, I'm sorry, I have not, these terraces, the light green are terraces, and there are black, strong green that are woodlands. But 50 years ago, it was all light green, because now it is abandoned. And could you show the next slide? This is what we were speaking about, and we addressed the living rural heritage, because it remains alive when people take care of them. If not, it became something different that maybe is useful for microbiologists because they really like to study the microorganisms, the small insects, bugs that stay in dyed trees. But for all the people, it's better to see a meadows or a prairies with nice flowers than a dyed tree. And this is what happened when the woodland grow up without any control. Here we are in cartoons. I put this slide because it's really representative of our research. This area as all the uplands area without settlement in the maps of the policymaker since the 70s and also the 60s, at least in Southern Europe. I always have to specify, because I know that in other places it's different. It was empty, an empty area, blank, white area, and so it was possible to do what every people want to do, and they decide to build a military base for military exercise of NATO. And at the very beginning, the Montenegro state say, yes, of course, there isn't anything. But that anything was not anything, was cartoons and a high plateau used from centuries for pasture, for husbandry, in a summer pasture organization. So it was not empty. Luckily, before local organization, then also as with the Irish project and the Combonian and many cultural organizations started to push to say, no, it is not possible to destroy this area and to kill animals when you are make your military. And so the Montenegro, I'm summarizing a long story. The Montenegro state decided to say, no, we want to preserve our living heritage. We want to maintain cartoons and not to put a military base. They didn't taught to cartoons, to husbandry, to shepherds, because they ignored it. So what was our role? To make intermediation between local communities and policymakers, and national levels in this case was possible. In other cases, as in Ligurian Apennine, when I worked, we supported the work of the access writers and the owners since 5 centuries of common lands. It is another nice story, but I have to be short. And to claim their rights and to avoid that the municipality take their commons and use it for other purposes. And so this, but at the base, could you show the next slide? The next, yes, this one. There is the idea that through an historical approach, so a multidisciplinary investigation which involves historical research, archaeology, of course, I am archaeology, participatory mapping, and dialogue with local people. It is possible to make visible the deep interrelation between the different aspects. For this, this project was led by a geologist, Sebastiano Salvidio, and by me, that I am an archaeologist, so it was nice. This is another interesting example. This is an area in the French Pyrenees. There, it is a practice that was used since centuries everywhere in Europe to maintain prairies, because open areas, because when the cattle or the sheep eat and go to graze, if they are too much, they destroy everything. But if they are few, they cannot stop the advances of the new forest growth and the vegetation succession. So they used controlled fire, but it was forbidden during the 19th century. And here it was reintroduced at the beginning of the 20th century. This is a cultural practice to maintain a rich biodiversity. Environmentalist people from urban towns say, no, it is dangerous, they destroy the nature. They are preserving the nature. Next slide. Sorry. And this is what we managed. I didn't spoke you about the project. I saw you just some examples, but the idea was this, to be deeply dialogue with local people and to try to arrive to a generalization, but also to a theoretical elaboration that was possible to bring at another level. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria, for this very brilliant and living presentation. And we'll move now with Maria Getas to large cities to explore with the CUMET project the process of cultural heritage in peripheries of metropolitan in Europe. Maria Getas, you are actually postdoctoral researcher member of the IREST, Research Institute about Tourism in the University Paris 1 Panthéon-Sorbonne. You have a PhD in geography. Your PhD was about the process of heritage creating, heritage making in Douala in Cameroon. You have been also a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Edinburgh and associate researcher at the Frénois Studio National, a wonderful research center about the relationship between creation and research in social sciences. So take the floor, please, to present us this project, CUMET.
So thanks a lot, everyone, and thank you, Christian, for the presentation. So the CUMET project is, as Christian just said, led by Université Paris 1 Sorbonne with Université Complutense de Madrid and University of Edinburgh. It's also led by Maria Gravari Barbas, which is an architect and a geographer, and I'm a postdoctorate. There is a very nice interdisciplinarity in this project, and I'm going to try to very shortly, to lead some room for the discussion, present the project. It's about diverse cultural heritage in these three peripheries that I just quote, Paris, Madrid, and Edinburgh. And the main issue was to see how safeguarding cultural heritage can contribute positively to contemporary metropolization. So I will not say again what is already on the program, but as you can see on this first mosaic of pictures, the project deals with a lot of heritage elements on in the peripheries. Sorry. So, for example, architectural heritage, monumental, transport infrastructure, housing and contemporary residential architecture, but also intangible heritage as workers' memory, struggles from social struggles, green heritage as gardens where workers used to grow vegetables, etc. So the hypotheses I think that are very interesting to present today are first, the fact that the common denominator between these seemingly disparate elements is their peripheral nature, but also the fact that the CUMET researcher thinks that the concept of periphery is a matter of perspective, and the heritage is, of course, located on the urban periphery, but it does not diminish its own centrality for the inhabitants and for the local stakeholders. I think it shut down. No? Okay, sorry. Okay. Thanks. And the other hypothesis, can we switch to the next slide? Thank you so much. Is that heritage can be used as a means of promoting spatial justice in metropolitan peripheries, and is crucial for understanding the future of heritage in metropolitan peripheries, but also the dreamed future of these peripheries for inhabitants and local stakeholders. So here you have the three peripheries in Madrid, in Edinburgh, and in Paris. I will talk about the co-creation method very briefly. We had the opportunity to add 9 workshops with co-creation methods in the 3 peripheries, so 3 per peripheries. And I think what was really interesting that the fact that we had 1 day of visits with all stakeholders. By the stakeholders, I mean elected people, NGOs, artists, inhabitants, so very various people from the territory that we identify first, and then 1 day of co-creation. And what is really, really important to me, to tell you today, is that I think in each periphery we succeed to create a local community that is really strong, and of course some people knew each other, but some of them are still related today and are working on safeguarding heritage even after CUMET is gonna see the end, so it's really nice. So as you can see, we identify the elements to preserve with them, using co-creative maps, sensitive maps, for example, and different sensitive methods. And yeah, thank you so much. And just to have to tell you a little about the deliverables of the project. So we are creating an observatory. I mean, it's almost online. So in April, it's the end of the project. It will be online. And this observatory will focus on example initiative for heritagization in the peripheries. So during 3 years, and we would like to continue this experience. We are monitoring the safeguarding or not of the elements selected for each peripheries, and everything will be in open access. We also created educational material with kids, but also with students from the Université Paris, which is something I hope we can talk about. And and there is an AI-based exploratory tool, that will be developed on the site also. So what is really important for us, it's everything has been done with the community we worked with, and also everything will be in open access. So maybe we can continue in the discussion, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mayan. Please take a seat. And I have some questions for both of you. My first question will be about the methodology of your researches. And I would like you to explain us how did you create these methodologies and what were your source of inspiration to create it, please? Who wants to begin?
Okay, thanks. The methodology, I think, well, I will say former research. The fact that I was really, but I think all the people in the project, and the fact that we are all interdisciplinary people, researcher, we are all having this craving of a bottom-up approach and really making the field go up. So I think, it was also the fact to see that maybe visiting the territory with everyone was something that can create link. Don't know, step by step, I would say.
Thank you very much. And for you?
And for us, as I said, our project was articulated in different steps. So the bedrock of the project was, in a certain sense, the research, the acknowledgement of the heritage. What is the heritage? So one part was to define what we mean for heritage, and also to identify classification words to describe it in a big database. We try to keep together all the elements, and then, of course, archaeology, fieldwork, is archival research. That was another important part, and all the environmental science involved to characterize the resources involved. And also, but we left it beside all the architectural elements and cultural elements that are in the heritage, because the idea was to stress the link. And it was a part. Then the part of a dialogue was through participatory activities, not only participatory mapping, but also participant observation and the training to at a different level for policymakers and also for students at various levels and stakeholders. And so it is difficult to define the methodology, because there were many methodologies. We try to maintain the complexity of the heritage also in our approach. And the idea was to bring to the light that these spaces and the war tradition are historical products. When I entered here, there was in the cafe at the downstairs a pottery that is that was used in the past for put ice and then keep fresh the bottles. I don't know the English word, I'm sorry. And this is a really important marker of a trade network which involved uplands where the snow was collected, and the towns during the 16th and the 17th, between the 16th and the 19th century, it was controlled by the royal kingdom, also here in France, but also in other countries. And it was a consume of the elites of the population, of the noble. You cannot live without an ice cream during the 16th century. It was impossible. And so because I speak about this, because there was a deep link. These elites consumption and socialization, social relationship were nurtured by uplands and their products. Versailles cannot exist without uplands, while uplands and their heritage, yes. And so this is what we try to make with our methodologies, to bring to the light this.
Thank you very much. If we move now to different fields of research, I'd like to have more information maybe about your relationship with the local authorities. I have understood that, for example, in Montenegro, it has been quite difficult with the political level, but with very local and ground basis local authorities, how was it? And the same question for you in Edinburgh, Madrid, or Plaine Commune, for example. Anna Maria, if you want to go.
Yeah, well, no, also with the political level in Montenegro, well, they were as all the relationship, they changed through time. At a very general level, it is difficult, because also when it is also a consequence of the time that you devote in it. For example, in Sierra Nevada, where the Memo Lab with José Martín Sivantos, that was the PI of the Spain Spanish group, they have a strong involvement with the local government. They are acknowledged as one of the more interested in the preservation of the acequias, of the water irrigation systems. And there are already established relationship. Also in Italy, but in Italy everything is really articulate, and we have a very good relation with the regional level on certain themes, but it is impossible to speak to them about other things that they don't want to speak with us. And so when you find a way to help them to understand that they need what you are doing because they are interested in, everything became easy. But the problem is to create this link every time.
Thank you very much. So, and Maya, for you, how to create this link?
Thank you so much. The link, I will more talk about Paris because I know more about Paris. The link is already very strong between Paris and Paris Est and Plaine Commune and the Seine-Saint-Denis because also of the policy of this territory, which was for very long decades to build tourism approaches with local inhabitants and for local inhabitants. And so the IREST and AREST laboratory are really in relationship and knows a lot of actors. So it was weirdly very easy to have a link, which is also something I was questioning about when we begin, because we worked on a lot of places where there is struggles, as I say, or militantism for ecological or political reason. Talking about social housing, like La Maladrerie in Aubervilliers, which is a place that is going under urban renovation, and where the inhabitants are really strongly against the public policies and what is going to happen, or Jardin d'Aubervilliers that we already talked about, and which had problem with the process of metropolization and the fact that the Jeux Olympiques came on the territory, etc., etc. So it was very interesting to see how this approach by cultural heritage and also by the actor from this institution and this political institution, but on the heritage side and with this sensitivity was something that was easier to create and a link that was easier to talk about. And in the end, some very nice moments we had was with some person from, for example, the department of Seine-Saint-Denis or Plaine Commune, which were having, lunch in the gardens with the person defending the gardens. So when you see a community like that, I'm not saying everything's gonna be perfect, but it was very something I think wonderful in the end to see the link that was created.
Thank you. Now I have a question about the impact, to maintain the link with the previous roundtable, the impact of your project. According to you, what is the most important impact of your project? Please, if you want to go on.
Thank you so much. I think, well, this open observatory, open access observatory is, as I was saying, also something very important because we see it, of course, as a way of monitoring what's happening between the process of heritageization and metropolization, but also as a way for other community, other stakeholders from other countries to see what's happening and maybe raise awareness about other cases and kind of good methods to safeguard the heritage. So for me, it's very important. And I will also very shortly talk about the material from in the school, which is also important because we worked with high schools, and in high schools, kids don't already have a perception or a very of the notion of heritage and what's heritage, and the fact to work with them specifically on this notion, and then to approach them with not saying that's heritage, but you can bring us something that makes heritage if we tell you what we think can define it, was amazing, and I think they had some perception of heritage that were very, very interesting. For example, to make the link between tangible and intangible. If we talk about, sorry, it's going to be precise on French example, but if we're going to talk about social housing like Les 4000, which is a really huge housing that has been destroyed, they asked if they can also talk about hip-hop group that was also in the place, and for them makes sense. So they had this way of linking intangible, tangible, or of linking geographical scales, for example, saying my heritage is attiéké. I don't know if you know this dish from Côte d'Ivoire, I think, and saying I eat it at my mum, so in La Courneuve, I eat it in Paris Intramuros in the 18e, and I'm also eating it in Côte d'Ivoire. So they had so many interventions, and I think this method we try to develop with them is also something that's going to be available online, and it's something that is precious maybe to continue this work.
Thank you very much for sharing it with us. And for you, Anna Maria, please, what is the most important impact? I have listened that we have only 1 or 2 minutes to finish.
I will be quick. Well, there were some direct impact. I already mentioned them, and I don't continue the list. But I think at the long-term possibility is the replicability of the tools we realized in terms of training, in terms of participatory mapping, in terms of the building of inventories, and also the fact that through some cases we contribute to regrow the awareness for local people of their power. And this is that it is possible to do something, to remain, to continue to stay in a place, and to change the idea that we need tourism to remain in mountain, but we need to cultivate mountain. And this is something that we are working on we also with other projects, because IRIS was carried out together with other projects. So I think this was the long-term impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am sure there will be a lot of questions for you during lunchtime. We can take one question from the chat? Yes, okay.
Thank you very much to the participant that asked this question, which is for both of you. And the participant is asking whether you are two-way sharing objectives and methodologies with similar projects that are occurring elsewhere, for example, in Asia, Middle East, and the Americas. So, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't understand. Is if we are doing this sharing, or if we would like to do it? Yes, well, we tried also, thanks to a collaboration with the University of Durham, the PI was Chris Gerrard, to speak with some geographers in Australia, and also with some other scholars in South America. And yes, it is something what we have already not done, but I speak about deurbanizing the rural space, and is more or less the same of decolonizing many places in the world.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so on the QMET project level, we asked for a seed funding, and we got it for the gardens in Europe. So on the vegetal heritage, we will continue with this methodology and this research. We also ask for fundings to continue this work and the observatory, because we think it's very important. Either we can keep it as researcher and continue, or we can even give it to an institution so they can continue this work. But it's very important that the observatory will survive and be more than 3 years project. So it's something we are doing. And on more personal level, I worked in a bottom approach in Cameroon, and I will dream to do it in sub-Saharan Africa, because I think it will really work, this approach, and also create bridges, south-north bridges, which is something really important. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Christian, Anna Maria, Maya, for this very thought-provoking discussion. So we've nourished our thoughts, our minds, our souls. It's time to nourish our bodies as well. So we will now go on a lunch break. We will resume at 2:30 CET. And again, I would like to emphasize that any questions or comments that remain unaddressed for now, we will save them, and we will make sure that they will receive their answers. They will have a follow-up. So thank you very much, everyone, and bon appétit à tout le monde. Afternoon, everyone, online and here on site in Versailles. We hope that you're feeling refreshed and energized after the lunch break, and it's really great to have you again with us. So thank you for joining us for this afternoon as well. And to ease us into the discussions for the second part of today's celebration, I would like to invite Pierre-Emmanuel Le Cerf, the General Administrator of the Château de Versailles, to share some remarks with us. And just a few words about him. He has a background in finances and administration. And before joining the team that is hosting us today and tomorrow here in Versailles, he was the General Administrator of the Musée d'Orsay and the Musée de l'Orangerie. So, Monsieur Le Cerf, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Well, welcome everybody. We are very pleased to welcome you and to welcome this dissemination event in Versailles. We are always very pleased to welcome institutional events with an international perspective, especially when it's a European event. I don't think we can understand Versailles without a European context, especially the one that took place in the 17th century when this palace and the whole ecosystem around the palace was built. And I don't think a visitor today, a contemporary visitor, could fully grasp Versailles and what it symbolizes without some knowledge of European history. So it's always very important for us to welcome Europeans in this palace. I know you discussed this morning, and I know my colleague, Laurent Salomé, the director of the museum, welcomed you with a welcome speech, but I know you discussed this morning about innovation and co-creation and sharing innovation in implementing new methodologies in heritage policy. This afternoon, you will be moving to another very important subject, which is highly interesting, but not that consensual, on the link between society and heritage policy. I must say it's very important for me that you are debating this issue. I have been very much involved in that kind of debates when I was working at the d'Orsay Museum, which is a museum dedicated to the art of 19th century Western Europe. And as you can imagine, Western Europe in the 19th century is the focus of a lot of debates, not only in art history, but also in the history of civilizations as a whole. So what you will debate today deeply reflect what we discussed and sometimes heatedly debated within the Musée d'Orsay in France. I just want to say a few words, not about the panel that you will have this afternoon, but about tomorrow's program and the link between what we do today here in Versailles and in heritage policy as a whole in France, and the question and the issue of climate change and environmental policy. Unfortunately, I will not be able tomorrow to attend the panels because we have our board meeting. So I will not be able to participate, but I deeply regret it because I would have loved to be part of the audience tomorrow, and I hope I will have all the feedbacks of the discussion. because this is really one of the most pressing and at the same time fascinating issue that we are dealing with as managers of an ecosystem like Versailles. Of course, when you come to Versailles, you don't really think of the castle or the palace as the epitome of energy saving or efficiency in resource consumption or waste generation. This is not the symbol that we project or that you can that you receive when you come to Versailles. You are more focused on the magnificence of the building than on its ecological impact and meaning. However, I can assure you, and I think Laurent Salomé told you the same this morning, I can assure you that we are deeply committed to reducing our carbon footprint, and the very traditional practices of buildings that took place in Versailles, whether it was for building the palace or the water management system, which was highly innovative at the time, or even to manage the forest resources, these traditional practices are potential source of inspiration and innovation today. This Versailles ecosystem, because it was so costly at the time, had to implement the most efficient methodologies to consume as less resources as possible. I think you will have some presentation tomorrow, but when you come to Versailles today, you are not in a traditional museum as we have in France, in Western Europe, or anywhere actually in the world. We are only partially air-conditioned. The water we used is always reused. It's not drinkable water, unlike other palaces or fountains or public gardens. And gardens do evolve according to the climate and the impact of climate change. And we try to diversify our plantation system and our tree species according to what the climate change effects allows us to do. So we have recently set up an organization that combine observation, research, and evaluation. I know research is a very important term and word for you during this dissemination event. We have set up very recently an observatory on biodiversity in our estate. And of course, we have the EPICO, the so-called EPICO research program, which I'm very proud of. And I thank all Danilo and all the colleagues here in Versailles and in the Ministry of Culture for doing all the great works they do in terms of research. EPICO is for me the way to align with the objectives that were set at the European level with the European Partnership for Resilient Cultural Heritage. And that, I think, shows the added value of acting at the European level with laboratories such as Versailles and other public institutions to better monitor, evaluate, and the impact of climate change on heritage sites and test new resilient methodologies. We do believe here that we need more reliable information and evaluation in order to better predict the impact of climate change, quantify it, and make some sound decision-making processes in order to cope with the new situation. We also believe, and I said that, I have said that already, so I'm repeating myself, but we also believe that we can use cultural heritage as a resource for innovation in terms of resilience strategies. We could have made some mistakes about 10 to 20 years ago by deciding to make our historic building of Versailles, which is 350 years old, more energy efficient. But these methodologies would have been wrong, and we know that now. So, but we lacked at the time the results of research program that could help us today make the proper decision. So I really believe that doing some research, proper evaluation, allows us to make correct decisions in terms of preserving our cultural heritage while assessing and taking into account the impact of climate change. There are many things that were done 350 years ago that allow us to be more resilient today. So we should not adapt them, but we should keep them as part of the cultural heritage program, but also as part of an environmental policy that helps us tackle the challenge of climate change. So I hope that what we invest today in terms of knowledge, evaluation, and research will help us devote as many resources as possible to the adaptation to climate change and to the resilience of our buildings, of our gardens, and of our water management system, which is a very important issue today here in Versailles. So thanks to you all, because what you do on a day-to-day basis and in your research program help people like me, and I'm not a scientist, I'm not an expert on climate change, I'm a manager, but you do help us focus on the most pressing issues in terms of climate change, and that will help us adapt and make our heritage policy as a whole more resilient. Thank you, and I hope you will have a wonderful panel this afternoon and tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Le Cerf, for these practical lessons and overall remarks that show how much we can learn from Versailles and how much the context in which we are today is aligned with all the topics that we've been exploring this morning, that we will explore this afternoon, and that we will discuss also about tomorrow. So now that we are re-entering the mood of the event, and we're passing on to our third session, which you may have spotted that it features, again, a mix of a keynote and a roundtable this time. And our keynote speaker this afternoon is Glyn Davis, a professor of film studies in the Department of Film Studies at the University of St. Andrews. He is a historian and theorist of queer visual culture with a special interest in experimental and avant-garde cinema. So I will invite Professor Davis to give us his keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can we get a first slide? Oh, there we go. Beautiful. A keynote talk in 10 minutes. I can do that, right? Good afternoon. I'm here to represent a project called Perverse Collections, Building Europe's Queer and Trans Collections, Queer and Trans Archives, which is just about to come to an end. I'm here on behalf of my collaborators. I'm here from the University of St. Andrews in Scotland, as has just been said, and my collaborators are based at the universities of Maastricht in the Netherlands and at the University of Murcia in Spain. Yeah, I opted to come to Versailles because I've never been somewhere quite so ostentatious or camp for a closing conference. The project has, as well as having the academic partners in these various different locations, we had 17 associate partners, cultural heritage organizations spanning across Europe and beyond. All of them cultural heritage institutions, many of them very small, very kind of grassroots, but I'll come to that in just a second. The first slide here, this is just our website, our very gaudy website, should you want to check it out. We had two overarching aims with this project. The first was to map the evolution of the very fragile ecology of LGBTQ plus archives as they have evolved across Europe since the 1970s to the present day. And it is a very fragile ecology, with some disappearing, some coming back, only a few really managing to maintain a steady level of income. If you're interested, the top right button on our website that says archives only is still in its beta version, but you can see that we're beginning to actually drop into an interactive map all of the different archives with which we've been working. There are about 15 on there at the minute. There are about another 60 to 70 to add. And the second overarching aim of the project was to attempt to identify some tactics, strategies for safeguarding the cultural heritage that these particular organizations are preserving and looking after. So getting these organizations to talk to each other, but also recognizing the best ways in which they have been operating and the ways in which this particular sector of cultural heritage organizations could sustain itself. I think it's probably worth saying a couple of things that have kind of underpinned this. Firstly, as I've already alluded, many of these organizations are very fragilely funded. There's not much money there, and they're often battling with each other for the same money. And secondly, we are doing this within a very live political context of ongoing prejudice, of ongoing homophobia and transphobia across many European countries, often bolstered by political parties and particular political agents. As a group of researchers and associate partners, we have come in for quite a lot of flack over the course of the last 2.5 years. Fortunately, we're quite strong and we're used to it. Can I take the second slide, please? The survey of this particular ecology has revealed a few things to us, some of which we knew previously, but which it's worth pointing out as kind of an underpinning of the project. Firstly, many of these organizations begin as grassroots or community-based interventions. Oh, disco. And many of them choose to remain so out of choice. They often begin as activist groups and will stay activist groups with an archival project as part of what it is that they're doing. So these are community interventions that are often doing so, they're often working because of an absence of historical material. Most formal institutional repositories do not contain queer and trans materials, or if they do have them, those materials will be records of deviance and abnormality that are lodged in things like police records, medical records, court records, and so on. These archives are filling that gap and recognizing that there's an entire record of marginal and peripheral existence which is not being caught by larger, well-funded organizations. Secondly, often these places are facing down willful destruction and purposeful forgetting. So they are working against a form of making cultural heritage disappear, trying to save fragments, trying to save small elements, but recognizing that often there are significant gaps in terms of the historical record that they're dealing with. This often involves building trust. There's a very kind of small, piecemeal, and cautious process that often involves community-based work. Reaching out to elders, having conversations with people, making them understand that what they've got under their bed is of value, and in their cupboards and in their lofts, and are things that shouldn't be destroyed, shouldn't just be kept in the collection of one individual person, but have got a wider resonance and relevance for a broader community. And working with those individuals not only to kind of safeguard their collections, but also to help them evaluate what it is that they've got is part of that process. What is really interesting about some of these organizations, and I'll come back to this in question time, is that often these institutions are counter-archives or an-archives. They are working in ways which are very different from the ways in which formal large institutions operate, and they are doing so purposefully. They are rejecting traditional forms of management or cataloging or preservation in order to consider alternative possibilities that perhaps fit better with the sorts of things that they have. I'll take the next slide, please. This is not to say that the collections that we've been working with and the questions that we've been interrogating only relate to these particular groups, to queer and trans people and the collections of their cultural heritage. Many of the questions that we've been asking have had much broader resonance beyond this. So just to give you a couple of examples, we held a very large conference in Dundee in February 2024, which was focused on the question of stewardship and ethics. Who should be looking after particular bits of cultural heritage? Who is responsible for them? Who has the right to look after them? And what is the ethical relationship that a cultural heritage institution has to that history? And we brought together people working in quite large cultural institutions, cultural heritage institutions, and a lot of activists who are similarly trying to safeguard that history to attempt to find a bridge of ways forward. Secondly, we've also been very interested in exploring particular metaphors or ideas, terms that are often used to talk about cultural heritage that actually may invite a way into digging up particular bits of cultural heritage material and then thinking about the best ways to preserve them. We had a conference in Amsterdam in October 2024, which was focused on the notion of evidence and evidencing and what it means to produce evidence and then to preserve evidence. And on the right here, you can see a conference that we organized earlier this year in Valencia, which was focused on the topic of stirring. There was quite a lot of stirring went on, agitational politics, basically. We were finding ways to kind of provoke quite difficult conversations between people. Next slide, please. One of the groups that we've been working with a great deal is artists, and we've been bringing artists into conversation with collections to find out whether that is one way in which people working with a very particular sort of creative agency can actually invite or create new ways of thinking about cultural heritage preservation. And we've involved artists in all of our major events all the way through the run of the last 2.5 years. These artists have often made us confront quite complicated questions and face down difficult topics. On the left here, the artist Veronica McKenzie is telling us what it felt like as a black lesbian to confront racist material in a London queer archive. And on the right here, this is from an exhibition that we organised at OBA, the National Library in Amsterdam, that was called Blooming Archive, in which we invited 7 artists to respond to material that was held in ILIA, the national Dutch LGBTQ archive, to dig out material there that had been ignored and to make people confront what was there and think about why certain things were worth preserving, which bits of it were worthy of paying attention to, and how, in fact, we might recognise creative agency in components that otherwise might be seen as disposable. Final slide, please. But I think it's also worth saying that beyond the wider relevance of these sorts of questions and these relationships between different groups and cultural heritage, we've also been very aware of the ways in which questions about LGBTQ plus minority heritage has a broader resonance for other subaltern and minority populations. So we have often in our events tried to broaden the political scope of what it is that we're discussing with other people. This has included us bringing in particular artists or speakers who have been asked very specifically to talk about the relationships between, for instance, black and minority ethnic histories and cultural heritage and queer and trans cultural heritage. On the left here, this is Ajamu, London-based artist and curator and cultural historian, talking to the artist Matthew Arthur Williams about black queer histories in London and in the UK more broadly. But we've also been very interested in thinking about the intersections between feminist and queer and trans histories, but then also about particular peripheral locations within Europe and beyond. So in some of our events, we've had particular discussions focused on Northern Scandinavia, Central and Eastern Europe, and on the right here, a discussion very particularly about the Southern European peripheries and their relationship to particular forms of mainstream European queer and trans histories. I will stop. That's well over 10 minutes. Thanks very much. Bing. You go.
Thank you very much, Glenn, for not only sticking to the time, but really raising some very important points about the fact that at the end of the day, being human needs to transcend all our differences, and we will definitely have a lot of exchanges about how we can do this on the next level, and to address many challenges that unfortunately still happen. But we will start doing this with the third roundtable of the day, and this will be moderated by Maria Dremaite, a professor in architectural history and cultural heritage, and a principal investigator at the Advanced Study Center, Post-Authoritarian Landscapes, at the Faculty of History from the University of Vilnius. And she will bring also an expertise as a member of the scientific board at the Center for Advanced Study in Herit, which is Heritage and Transformations, based at the Humboldt-Universität zu Berlin. And she will have, of course, the pleasure of introducing the session, to describe it, and to also invite the panelists onto the stage. So, Maria, please.
Hello, it's really a pleasure and honor to be in this conference and introducing the session Reinterpreting Past, Shaping Futures, Narratives, Ethics and Social Justice and Heritage. Today's session invites us to critically explore how heritage is interpreted, who gets to tell the story, and whose voices have been ignored, marginalized, or silenced. Heritage interpretation is never neutral, as we all know. It is shaped by power, politics, memory, and identity. And today's speakers will definitely examine the decolonizing approaches that challenge inherited hierarchies and Western-centric narratives, ethical considerations, in curating difficult, traumatic, or contested histories, the politics of narrative construction and how stories become authoritative or erased, and social justice potential of heritage, including community-led interpretation and more inclusive representational practices. Together, these discussions encourage us to rethink heritage not simply as the preservation of the past, but as a dynamic, ethical, and political act that influences how societies imagine their futures. And we have 4 panelists today. Glenn was already introduced to you with his keynote speech, and I would also like to invite Joséphine Simoneau from CNRS, with her project Decolonizing Southeast Asian Sound Archives, DECOSIS. Is Joséphine here with us? Yes, please come here. Joséphine Simoneau is research engineer at CNRS France, and she is an expert on digitization, sound and audiovisual production, analog and digital data preservation, musical acoustics, and the online disclosure of audiovisual data. Also an advisor at the Center of Research of Ethnomusicology, CREM, and today Joséphine is also a member of PRISM Laboratory, Perception, Representation, Image, Sound, and Music at Aix-Marseille University. Also, we are very happy that Alice is just on time to our session. Alice, please take. Alice Byrne from Aix-Marseille University. She represents the project Male Hawk, Museums and Industry, Long Histories of Collaboration. Alice Byrne explores different facets of British cultural diplomacy in the 20th century, ranging from cultural propaganda in World War II and the early Cold War to the development of educational and cultural exchanges within the Commonwealth. She is currently leading the French strand of the European project headed by the Science Museum in partnership with Lerma and the Institut d'Historia de la Ciencia in Barcelona. Male Hawk project is examining the changing relationships between STEM museums and industrial patronage through both historical and contemporary lenses. And our fourth speaker is Ivan Murin from Matei Bell University. He represents the project Heritage in Depopulated European Areas, HERINDEP. He's an associate professor in the Department of Sociology and Social Anthropology of the Matei Bell University in Banska Bystrica, and also a project leader and principal investigator for Czech Republic in the project Heritage in Depopulated European Areas. He leads a team of researchers and PhD students at the Charles University Faculty of Humanities in Prague, Czech Republic, whose activities focus on culture transmission in local communities of Central Europe. So I will probably join you in the panel. And we'll start our very challenging first round because we received a script or scenario which proposed that each of three panelists introduce their project in 1 minute with one slide. So welcome to this challenge. I suggest we start from Josephine, and there is one slide prepared by Josephine. Please, can you show it? And I think I can start with the timer, or please, Josephine, can you take the mic and introduce?
Yes, thank you. So, DECOSIAS is a project for decolonizing Southeast Asian sound archives, and the main goal was to decolonize the sound heritage preserved in Europe with three partners in Europe and more than 10 partners in Southeast Asia. So it's a big challenge because the main archives was from French, because we have a lot of sound data online in France, but the metadata was all in French, so it's difficult for share this data in a wide audience. So the main challenge was to translate all the metadata of more than 6,050 files in French, in English, and also we designed collectively several web interface with the local communities to give access to a common database, but also to specific corpuses, and also for give access to the sound archive from the Jaap Koens collection in Amsterdam University, and some archives from the BBC sound archives. And 1 minute. And yes, we built together the interface to be user-friendly, to be easy to access, to give the priorities on the geo-cultural parameters, to have easy access to find data for local communities. But it was a big challenge because we have sometimes lack of information to describe precisely the data, because to decolonize and to give access, we need metadata and good metadata. So it's always the same question. Not so much the shaping of the shape of the metadata. In fact, of course, the idea was to change the metadata, the colonial metadata model, but in fact, to find the basic information is sometimes a challenge. Mm-hmm. So
okay.
Just 1 minute. Okay.
Just one. Can you pass it? Yeah, we will come back to these questions. And Alice, how can you? I know that you don't have any slides. So
I think I do actually, but
yeah, you do.
We'll find out.
No.
No? Oh, okay. I spoke to somebody just before. They said they had the slide.
This will be for another.
Never mind. Mm-hmm. So first of all, I would just like to apologize for not being here earlier and kind of ask for your indulgence because I'm stepping in at the last minute for the project leader, Scott Anthony, who's very sorry that he couldn't be here today.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
fine.
Very last minute PowerPoint.
Last
I'm afraid.
minute, yeah. Okay.
Right. So, as you can perhaps imagine from the title, the starting point, I think, of this project was the controversies surrounding patronage and funding, in particular of science museums. And I've got an image of one of the protests related to the Adani Gallery at the Science Museum in London. So the starting point was trying to think, how could we try and grapple with these ethical dilemmas, and perhaps using historical case studies, a kind of an entry point to try and work out what the kind of longer history is of these stories of industrial patronage, and would that help us perhaps to kind of unravel these rather difficult dilemmas that museums find themselves in now, and also increasing amounts of criticism from various stakeholders. So the whole project has been trying basically to go back and forth between these historical case studies, and then also working with museum professionals now to try and see how those historical case studies could kind of feed back into current debates. And as part of that, so there's been 3 groups, one working at the Science Museum in London, a second group working at the university, or one of the universities in Barcelona, and the third group at Aix-Marseille University. And we also have been working with the Technisch Museum in Oslo and ethicists at King's College London to try and also bring in different fields of expertise. So very briefly, what have we tried to do? I mean, the other images, you have a very famous exhibition from the Science Museum from the 1980s that was sponsored by Sainsbury's. I've also included the Palais de la Découverte, which is one of our case studies. And the final image is me and Thomas, the postdoc, trying to do one of these ethics workshops that we mentioned. So what's come out of this project, we've held a vast array of events working with schools, museums, obviously, universities, researchers in France, in Spain, in Norway, in the UK. We've also carried out a number of ethics workshops with museums, particularly in France. And as part of that, we're trying to kind of finish off, we're working on a serious game to try and enable museums professionals to find a space already to discuss these ethical dilemmas and try and work out kind of practical ways of dealing with them. And we piloted that at Excite, which is the Science Museums Congress in Warsaw in June. So this is still something we haven't quite finished. We're trying to work out how to finish that up. We have a number of publications in the pipeline that are also on the slide that we hope to be launching next year. So if there's anybody who's interested in getting involved, we would love to hear from you. And what else? Policy briefing paper worked on with Demos. And also Scott Anthony is in the process of finishing off a short prompt film called Perspectives on Patronage. Was that 1 minute? I don't know. Not bad.
And please introduce your one slide and
maybe I started before.
Yeah, it's on.
Yes,
already,
my
yeah.
project or project where I am a leader is heritage in depopulated areas in Europe. That is the main innovation is in methodology, because we are three institutions from Lithuania, architects and urban planning, Czech Republic, anthropologists, and in Shetland, colleagues as environmental historian and cultural heritage expert. That we have the one problem and one question: for whom is cultural heritage? Yes, for tourists, not. For inhabitant, maybe. And when we have any inhabitant and tourist, for whom is empty object, empty country? For whom is culture landscape? That is not an easy question. And for this, we catch three localities as something as the indicative: Shetland Islands, second was Czech border region in Hradec Králové, and third Kaunas, that is a city in Lithuania. And we put together really transdisciplinary people. There are really transdisciplinary intangible heritage expert, tangible heritage expert, and culture transmission modelist. Modelist, that is expert which could model culture development by evolution models, multi-agents modeling. That we put together, these three data, and this was native voices, this was demographic evidences, this was urbanistic plan. This was complete for a 3 study visit and studying, and we put some and offer some answer for many associate partners. Many does been 20 to the 30, I don't know exactly. But what was the main output for this? When we have depopulated areas in Europe, not this only in periphery and not this only in the rural areas, that we have many phenomenon that we only intuitively know about what is it. For example, one of problem is tourists against inhabitants. This problem is not in only Venezia and Barcelona. This is in small city and small population. And what about the next tools of economic growth? That is question. That we could put the data, the demographic behavior, and put some indicators of culture for sustainability, and we compare by relative native finding for prediction to the future. Maybe it is all.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the final answer for whom the heritage is. Yeah, but now I would like to pose the round of questions, specific question to each of you related to your project, and we will later have the more general discussion with the audience. And of course, the first question is to Glyn, because it's very interesting. You have already mentioned that during the presentation that queer and trans histories often involve experiences that are ephemeral, non-normative, or resistant to traditional archival methods. So what creative and alternative practices has PERCOL, your project, identified that effectively preserve these forms of heritage?
Thank you, Maria. That's a great question. And obviously, I could talk about this for half an hour, but I will try and keep this. I'll give some headlines, if you like. And I think a first thing to flag up is that many of the organisations that we were looking at and talking to themselves are actually questioning what we might mean by effective preservation and why we might want to do it. So these are organisations and people who are actually reflecting on that and thinking, what would it mean actually to valorize decay? Or what would it mean to think about loss and disintegration as positive aspects of cultural heritage? Does it matter if something goes missing? What if I myself choose, I don't want that part of my particular history to be preserved? How much control can I have over that particular aspect of my own personal history? These are groups and organizations who are living, as I already said, with fragmentation, with partiality, and that's part of the kind of underpinning challenge in terms of thinking about what preservation might mean. But having said that, yes, we definitely have seen some kind of alternative practices going on. The first one that I would identify, and this may sound funny, is that many of these organizations are dwelling in mess, and they live with that as part of their modus operandi. So quite often when we would visit some of these archives, the places are a disaster. In terms of if you run a kind of a normal cultural heritage organization or a state-funded, you would turn up and go, what on earth are you doing? This place is an absolute shambles. But actually, what we're finding is that itself is seen as a really interesting or it can be a productive way of thinking about what it means to keep and to have control over material. Because these organizations are often grassroots, they're volunteer run, they don't have time for things like cataloging or for ordering material. Or if they do, it's something that's a very, very slow process. It's something that they don't have time to invest much time in. Quite often, if you you visit some of these organizations, the ones we've been working with, they will just open a cupboard on boxes of unsorted detritus. And sometimes that raises really interesting questions. I was recently in Bergen, at a fantastic queer archive there called the Shift Archive, which is very well funded, but they had just taken the entire life's collection of one particular activist who had said, well, everything connected with my life is important, you should have it all. And they opened a kind of a couple of boxes for me, and it really was rubbish. Like, it was just plastic children's toys. This person had thrown nothing out, and the archive themselves were trying to work out, what do we do with this, or do we actually keep it all? Does it have value because this one person gave it all to us, or do we not? I'm sure other kinds of archives are also thinking about this, but we noticed it particularly with the ones that we were dealing with. Many of these archives are what Paul Soulellis has called bad archives, as in they don't really seem to be functioning according to the rules and regulations that many larger or state-funded organizations might use. The second thing to say is that I mentioned that we've brought artists into conversation with many of these collections, and those artists themselves will often forge interventions which make us think quite carefully about preservation tactics, about collections and how they operate. I mean, obviously, many cultural heritage organizations now do work with creative workers, with artists, and bring them into their spaces and try to get them to kind of open up their collections in ways that can be productive. But what we have found is that if you bring LGBTQ artists into an LGBTQ collection, then often they will themselves be asking questions about ephemerality, about preservation practices, and they themselves will be thinking about what's the best way to recognize this fragile cultural heritage material. Often they will produce performances based on that material, or we've seen quite a number of performances based on material that therefore themselves are quite ephemeral if they're not documented in some way. It's almost as though the appropriate way to respond to a kind of a disappearing cultural heritage is to produce a form of art that itself is also under threat. But also, one of the main tactics that those artists will use is fabulation and storytelling. They might actually fabricate queer and trans histories, inviting an interesting question: does that matter if the story that you're telling us is not true? The artist Benny Nemmer, I worked with on a queer and trans collection at the Poland Museum in Warsaw. And they came in and found a particular object that they wanted to produce a piece of work about, and they did a guided tour of the gallery based on this one object, and it was all lies. Nothing in the work that they produced was true. It was incredibly compelling and seemed like an utterly believable story, but nothing that they told us was actually based in fact. Inviting the people who consumed the artwork to think, right, how do we know actually that these aspects of cultural heritage are being preserved truthfully? And finally, one thing that I realize I'm talking a lot here, but one kind of final thing that I think is worth recognizing, which I've already intimated, is that quite often these counter-archives or these anarchives are wholesalely rejecting the ways in which more formal institutions are operating. They're almost taking a tip from Melissa Adler in her book Cruising the Library, where she says, what would happen if you took away the Dewey Decimal System? How would you organize the books in a library if you didn't have those? And so some of the archives that we visited have invented their own organizing principles. And you can see if you then bring somebody in from a very formal institution, it will blow their mind, because they'll be like, but how do you find anything in here? And they'll be like, haha, we have our own organizational system. I was recently at a place called El Punt in Valencia, who just created their own referencing system for their own collection. And it is known to the people who work there, but it doesn't necessarily make sense to anybody from outside of that organization.
Thank you. It reminds me the concept that recently past philosopher François Choy invented, the Noah complex in heritage, that we want to collect everything, piece of everything, because we are obsessed with the anxiety that in the future it might be very useful or valuable. So in a way you are balancing between something very unsorted but you have anxiety whether everything must be preserved or put into an official archive. So yeah, it's very challenging. Josephine, now listening to your short presentation and getting to know your project more deeply, I found out that one of your core goals is to improve access and transfer agency over heritage to its communities of origin. So what have been the most significant barriers to achieving this with the Southeast Asian sound collections? Or how is DECOSEAS addressing them? And where do you see the biggest resistance to decolonizing heritage? And how can researchers and practitioners work collaboratively to overcome these institutional and ideological barriers?
Yes, there is many barriers, of course, technical, ethical, historical barriers, especially for colonial period data. And maybe the biggest barrier is the heritage institutions themselves, because the fear of the open up data. Even they are public domain, in fact. So we have we have a lot of discussion, between the partners to convince the researcher, but also the institution to give more access. And after another challenge was the multilingualism, because we want to give access, so we work with many other researchers for each part, each countries, to translate in the good way, in the best way, the interface of the database, the main database. There is a common database with all the data we found, and also, of course, the clarification of intellectual property. We try to be very to have a best transparency about the intellectual property, to give information for the user to find the good institution, the good way to access to the data, and to reuse it, of course. And maybe also the difficulty was also to involve the other partners from Asia, because they are non-funded, and it's difficult because it's very time-consuming to index and to describe one by one all the old data. What else? Yes.
So today we have already heard a very interesting presentation by Madame Viola, sorry, that digitization alone does not decolonize the content. So I think these two projects correspond to each other very much, and we see that there are more barriers than just putting it on the shelf. It doesn't decolonize itself, the research. So it's very important how you can enable access and use of these archives, understanding of these.
Yes, we have the same issue to resolve, and but this kind of project is very good experience to discuss with the people in this country, to explain all the barriers we have of the lack of information, and because for them we are all neocolonial.
Yeah, you said this, that they call it neocolonialism.
It's very hard to hear sometimes, because we try a lot to open up the data, and especially thanks to the Ministry of Culture and the infrastructure in France, we have a very good ecosystem to share data, but it's so huge work to describe, in fact, the data. So many institutions don't have the staff or the financial support to do that. So, but the people in this country don't understand why all this data from their country are in Europe and are close in Europe, in fact. And it's far away.
Thank you. Now the question to Alice. I think it's a very sensitive topic you are touching, how those who finance want or can control the narrative. So my project is, my question to your project, which highlights the degradation of institutional memory and the critical need for professional development, mentorship, and knowledge transfer within museum industry collaborations. Based on your experiences, what strategies or models have proven most effective in preserving institutional memory and fostering intergenerational learning, and how might that approach has strengthened the credibility?
So I have to say my heart sank slightly when I saw your question, because unfortunately I don't have a panoply of answers to that very big question. But I think that's a question that definitely emerged from the project, because when we started digging down into these histories, I mean, essentially we've been looking really at the period since the end of World War II, and we were struck by the lack of kind of institutional memory. And, well, as historians, obviously, we have this kind of instinct, which is to look at the archives, and it's quite surprising, in fact, how hard it is to access the archives. I mean, Lynn, you touched on this question. Even, very big, state institutions do not necessarily have that kind of perfectly organized archive that we might imagine. To take the example of the Science Museum, the changing status of the museum that went from being a government department to becoming a kind of arm's-length public body led to its archives being transferred from the National Archives to a separate archive, which is outside of the city, extremely hard to access, extremely hard to know what's in it for us as researchers outside the institution, but even for people within the institution. So there's an issue there, I think, in terms of the archival records. But also within the institutions themselves, and I think there are multiple reasons for this. I mean, not surprisingly, high staff turnover, particularly, more recent years, and changing patterns of employment as museums as well now have more kind of varied roles, and so different roles within the museum. And so I think possibly that staff turnover has made it harder for there to be internal transmission of institutional histories. But also within people working within institution, often there are multiple departments dealing with different questions. They might find themselves in opposition. So a kind of a very obvious example in relation to this project would be people in charge of collections might not have the same priorities or objectives as people working with the public, who again might not have the same priorities and objectives as people trying to raise money. And so the transmission between generations, but also between departments, and that can all sometimes be the same thing, can be complicated. But of course, we're not just looking at big institutions, and one of the most interesting workshops we did, I found, was one that we did in France, working with OSIM, so the Office de Coopération d'Information Muséale, which has been a fantastic partner. We worked with people working in very small private museums, or often just one person dealing with everything. And their issues would be very different, but they might also be faced with these problems of, knowing what went before and how that can influence your current practice. So it's something we've noticed definitely through the project. What answers might be we can bring to that? I mean, obviously some of these things are, for example, employment practices is not something we can easily get a handle on. I have been struck by how much many of the people we've worked with in museums in various roles have said how delighted they are to have the opportunity to talk about these questions to do with patronage and the ethical dilemmas they face. So one of the things I really took out of this project is that the need and the desire there is within museums and museum professionals themselves to have a space and to have the opportunity to explore these. So I think that's something we need to bear in mind. And looking forward to the future, this is something we're currently thinking about right now, is how could we, perhaps in the context of a future project, work on this issue of institutional memory and what kind of strategies could we develop? So one angle, for example, that my colleague Scott, so the project leader, has been looking at is working with AI specialists to see, can we use some of these new tools perhaps to scrape data and deal with that in a new way to try and compensate for some of these gaps and silences that we've noticed. So that's one angle. But like I said, it's something we're really thinking about and working on right now, but more with a view to what we could perhaps work on in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. And even only 1 minute, but you have said very important element that it's not only peripheral regions or peripheral areas of the cities, but also some major cities that experiencing this depopulation crisis. So what have you found to be the most promising conditions or strategies that enable communities to both resist demographic consequences and reimagine abandoned heritage as a resource for social, cultural, or economic renewal?
Yes, but we prefer this region with the population, which is something significant for other regions, because we don't know if in Paris some part will be depopulated, or American. We don't know. That is something as a or a research was something as a maybe indicators of what condition is some culture contents in heritage areas. This content could be tangible, intangible. That is indicator of this depopulated. And if you agree that I illustrated by native voices from this radio. For example, in Shetland, we research impact of one folklorism action, Abhalier, that is the phenomenon festival. For this festival prepared, I think all communities in Shetland passed. Before this and past this, in many local small communities are post-festival events. For transmission culture is absolutely most perfect transmission, a social learning, more than instruction, more than everything. Social learning from old generation to the new generation. I stay as an anthropologist in one hall when I was dancing. Every dances from Limerick, but not only contemporary, from 1920 to now, 10 years. It was social learning me, and this community was learning very perfect. Another part, in Czechoslovak mountains, where was a village which one person, where stay only one person, old woman, which prepare traditional cook in this big, but I think there are the researcher, and I think that is something for me, maybe not for me. But past this interview, ask, Madam, for whom is this traditional food? For a restaurant? No, do we have a restaurant there? For neighbor? I have any neighbor. For animals? No, I have an animal. And for whom? For children. Sorry, but children are not children to the future, potential. And if you ask me for whom is culture heritage in the depopulated areas, for children we will in the future.
Very nice answer. It gives me inspiration to pose the next round of questions. There will be one question to all of you, and it will open the discussion with the audience. And my question sounds like, in your view, what is the most urgent change needed in heritage interpretation today to ensure that reimagining the past can genuinely contribute to more just and inclusive futures? Glyn, you can start.
I wasn't expecting that. That's a really good question. How do we make heritage interpretation more just? One of the most difficult things, I think, for large cultural heritage institutions to do is to actually bring in particular communities and to work with them in ways that help them to reshape their collections. And the process of decolonizing collections often now recognizes this is necessary, but it has to be it's a negotiation. It needs to be a long investment from those organizations for it to work properly. I'm thinking here of the V&A in the UK, which is a very large and interestingly funded organization. In terms of its history, the V&A is approached with some skepticism by some particular users due to its history, and they've had to really build careful relationships with communities to think about what is in their collection and how it can be productively reframed. I'm based up in peripheral Scotland, talking of peripheral locations, and we've had a lot of peripheral Scotland today, actually, haven't we? Yeah. It's very good. Boo to the metropolis of Edinburgh, actually. As people go, you must live in Edinburgh. No. But I've been doing quite a lot of work with the V&A in Dundee, which is an offshoot of the main V&A in London. And the V&A in Dundee are fantastic in terms of bringing in communities and then working with them at length to think about what they've got, how they can reframe their content, how they can do things like rewrite labels so that they seem less exclusive, or that they possibly retell a story in a way which can invite different interpretations or think about the content there in different ways. They recognize that it's a long, slow process, but you can see it changing the ways in which the organization is framing its content.
Can you pass the mic? What do you think? What is the most urgent change needed in heritage interpretation today in your field?
Because yes, for me the most urgent is to meet the good person. We have always knowledge about some archives, because the knowledge is not sometimes it's very hard to find, and maybe to reactive to encourage the reappropriation. I think it's a good way to keep the dialogue and to have to keep alive heritage, sound heritage, for example, is to invite artists. We experiment since 3 years to invite artists to create, to recreate, to reappropriate the cultural heritage with their own languages, their own music, and to give ideas to young artists to use this material, this common material, and to keep alive it.
Can you pass it to Alice?
Thanks. So throughout the project, we've worked with, I've said, people in very different types of museums and also in different countries. So I think you can imagine that the structure in a country like France is very different to one like the UK, and then the people working in Spain were working very much in the transition to democracy in the 1980s in Catalonia. So we have we're coming from different places. But I found that all of the people we work with are incredibly aware of these challenges, and that there's a lot of reflexivity within these institutions about how to deal with them. At the same time, in your question, this idea about an urgent need, I would kind of bounce off what Glyn just said about as well. These things take time as well, and many people in museums, I think, are struggling from the fact that there are a kind of continual accumulation of requests and demands placed upon them, which is incredibly difficult to deal with. And this can sometimes come at a cost. And I found it interesting as well, Glenn, that you talk about like also maybe starting from the collections as well. So working with different communities, but also, particularly if you're talking about museums, the collections as well are important, and expertise around those collections. And I think when we're talking about these things, we also have to bear in mind that there has been, I think, a loss of trust in museum amongst other institutions, and that I think we have to be very careful about. There is a danger of museums appearing to be instrumentalized for certain political objectives, however worthy they may be. And so I think it's also important for museums to be able to, as well, maintain their expertise of their collections and to be able to carry out the research and to take the time that's necessary. And one thing that has come up time and again, working with people on these issues of patronage and funding, industrial partners obviously raise a lot of ethical issues, but so do working with public funders as well. And we even historically, we can see at particular times there will be an urgent need to deal with particular issues, and we should be very careful that we don't destabilize those cultural institutions that need to develop trust with all of their partners and stakeholders in the rush perhaps to deal with what may be urgent needs, but we need to be aware of the temporality, I think, of these things.
Okay, that before I use some native voices, but for this I can use the more scientific, for example, math. If we're modeling culture development for us is by math terminology a very important agent, quality of agent. That is not important if this agent is famous person, which is good singer, or famous museum as a living memory institution. But this agent must be very effective in transmission of cultural heritage. If is not, what does mean effective? That is about complex of knowledge and context, and which effective continuity, contact with participants from communities of tourists. Where you modelize some cube, if we have the perfect audience, that we have the very effective transmission and sharing of knowledge, and for example, traditional ecological knowledge, etc., etc. This is more about quality, but unfortunately, this quality needs some funding. If that.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe we have questions to specific topics or speakers or online. Nobody. Yeah. We might have questions to each other. Do you?
Alice, I really appreciated your comment there, and I think that although your question was great, Maria, that notion of urgent for whom is I think a really useful response. I mean, I think it must be very difficult working in cultural heritage institutions who are all fighting for the same funding, and it seems that the money gets smaller and what needs to be done gets bigger every time they're applying for that money. I guess the question I had for you is to what extent the project that you've been doing has also involved some reflection on the funding of higher education, and actually the kind of the political questions that we need to ask of higher education and where the money there comes from.
It's funny you mentioned that, because just yesterday I saw an article about funding of the Collège de France from Total. I didn't have time to read the article, but I sent it to one of the researchers saying, this is in the news. I don't have a very good answer for that, but it certainly, I think, made me hyper conscious of this issue. I think in France it's a bit different to in the UK, because I think in the UK there's been looking for outside funding goes back way back, whereas in France it's a relatively recent thing, if you agree with me, in terms of research funding. Then again, I say that if I'm trying to dig deep. In a previous life, I did work on French anthropology in the interwar period, and you have some interesting overlaps then. Or to take another example, from my work on cultural diplomacy, you have instances of oil companies funding educational and cultural exchange programs in the 50s and 60s and so on. So, you know, it is there, that's for sure. And I don't think it's really something that people have dug out a huge amount. I mean, I'm going to go on another slight tangent here. I've got quite interested recently in industrial patronage of not just universities, but international exchange programs of various sorts. We often look at university exchanges, but we don't look at industrial placements or, again, going to the idea of kind of decolonizing the circulation of knowledge. Big companies like Metrovix and Marconi brought over a huge number of industrial trainees from the decolonizing world in the 50s, 60s, 70s. Again, I think perhaps as people based in universities, we tend to focus too much on universities and we forget about all of these kind of other aspects of education and training. So, I mean, I'm sorry, this is maybe not so much directly related to Malloc, but I think there's, certainly for me personally, doing that work has made me more attentive to those questions of not just financial patronage, but knowledge transfer, you know, industrial equipment, technical equipment, all of these things. And I think that's, to some extent, a history that has been perhaps ignored to some extent. Josephine, maybe have some additional points to make here. So I don't know if any of that's any use, but...
It's a cultural issue, because in France we are not used to be supported by industry, but in other countries, no problem.
Okay, so since we are now just on time with our discussion, I can wrap it up, I think, and and invite you for more information. Thank you, Glyn, Josephine, Alice, and Ivan.
Thank you very much for this rich exchange that has completed the puzzle of the first day. And as you have seen, we have had a lot of interesting conversations and a lot of projects and research results to discover. So please don't forget to check out more details about all the projects and the teams mentioned today for the fact sheets that are available on the Heritage Research Hub, or to pick up the hard copies that are available here on site in Versailles. And thank you so much for joining us today. We will proceed now with an on-site part of the program. But for the audience online, thank you so much for joining us and for all your comments and questions. And we will resume the event tomorrow at 9 CET. So thank you very much and see you tomorrow. And for those of you here on site, please stay for 2 minutes for some practicalities that will help us wrap up today. Thank you.